Morning, Paula.
Paula, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. This is a regular meeting of members of the State Liquor Authority conducted in New York City with video conferencing to Albany and Buffalo. The meeting is being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel, where you can also find the recordings of our past full board meetings. Present today are Chair Lily Fan and Commissioner Edgar De Leon. Staff in attendance in our New York City office are General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo and Juan Herrera from the Licensing Bureau, and me, Paula Taylor, from Secretary's Office via WebEx from Albany. The next regular meeting dates are January 10th, 2024, January 31st, 2024, and February 2024. While in the meeting room, please silence your mobile phones and take phone calls or conversations outside. And please do not touch the microphone at the podium. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then in New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium, identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Sarah, do you have any announcements to make?
I just want to tell everybody happy holidays, and we're really delighted to have this room back for purpose of full board so that y'all can be in chairs and not standing around the room. Many repeated users of our agency know that we continue to fix issues surrounding our back office software launch. Every small issue becomes a big problem for us on our end, and so I continue to ask you for your patience. I continue to ask you to treat our staff with respect. It's not easy for them either. They are not software engineers, and so we really, really ask you for your support and patience during this time. Moving forward, as you know, full board is every 3 weeks. If you guys need more time to respond and you want to talk to us about how full board operates and what you're happy with and not happy with, we really do welcome your input. And we are about to start at our agency a full review of our full board process. And so any input you have, you guys know what our email addresses are, and we really welcome your notes. We can only get better if you tell us what's wrong. So with that, we will go to Buffalo. Thank you.
Okay. The first item is number 44, Custom House Bar and Grill.
Hi, my name is Kevin Anna with Custom House Bar and Grill.
I'm sorry, I cannot see the person. How do I get that screen bigger? I thought that it pops up when he starts speaking. But it's not doing it,
It's
huh?
not doing it, no. No, unfortunately, it's not.
Okay, sir. All right. You are the licensee, sir?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. What happened here?
In March, I had a sale contract to sell the restaurant. There were certain contingencies before the sale was concluded. The guy who was buying it from me applied for a liquor license, or was supposed to apply for a liquor license, and apparently never did. Mary Duranzo started the application process and he didn't finish it. And there were several other things that he didn't fulfill. So in December, we rescinded the contract, the sale contract, and I fired him as a manager. And I didn't do my corporate change in a timely manner, or rescind the corporate change in a timely manner. I thought I did, but Mary, our liquor advisor, was in the hospital for, I think, a couple weeks from memory. And so as soon as Jamie Gallagher sent the email, we got the corporate change rescinded. So I think I did everything I could, but.
All right. Thank you for coming today and for finally rescinding your corporate change application. I am going to go with a letter of warning if the commissioner is okay with that. Sounds like a deal went bad here.
I will, excuse me, I will also approve a letter of warning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
The next item is item 29, BIRDSEYE Farms LLC.
Good morning. I'm here. My name is Tracy Jong. I'm representing Steve Ferris, who is also here with me. Our case was referred up to the board for approval of a farm distillery license. During the licensing process, it came out that he was on a prior license. We have submitted paperwork from both him and the prior owners that he actually exited the business in 2004. Subsequent to that, that license apparently had some disciplinary history, and that is what has caused it to be referred up here. He acknowledges, he thought when he left the business that the attorneys and accountants would do anything that was required, but during this licensing process, it came out that they never filed a corporate change to remove him from business. So we're here today asking for approval of him as a candidate for a farm distillery license. He's here to answer questions. He's operated several other businesses in his life. He's never had any disciplinary history, violations, penalties, pays all of his taxes. In this case, it was, failure to understand that he should, somebody should have applied for a corporate change when he exited the business. This was a business he started in his 20s with several people as owners. The other owners continued it, but like I said, no lawyer ever filed paperwork for a corporate change.
Okay. Mr. Ferris,
Yes.
so tell me how you came up with this idea of the farm distiller.
It started as a syrup farm, and I had a friend that was, he specialized in brandings, and he's like, well, let's do farm and distillery, and then we just moved forward, and it was a lot of fun, and
Great.
it's just exciting about it.
Anyway, it's a beautiful thing for our state, so we're very jazzed that you want to get into this business and make New York farm products that are in this area. So thank you for showing up, and I'm going to vote to approve.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferris, so the record is clear, the representation is that there is no disciplinary history. But there was something in 2009, isn't that correct?
No, but he
That
got off
is-
license in 2004.
That is correct. We don't have any direct information. We haven't been able to get anything from a FOIL request. We had made one. So it's his understanding by asking that they believe there was some disciplinary history after he left the business. We put in affidavits from the other co-owners of the business to, essentially support that statement, since there were no records that anybody had. This goes back to 2004. So long ago, nobody remembers exactly, but they know for sure that he was out of the business for many years at that point.
Yeah, I have it as 2009, but I appreciate your explanation, and I will also vote to approve.
Okay, your application is approved.
Well, thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Our next item is 49A, Badass Burgers and Beers Incorporated.
Good morning, I'm here again, Tracy Jong from Evans Fox. I'm here with Joseph Joy, he is the principal of this license. So this particular applicant had restrictions from the full board to only be open till 12:30. Back in March, we filed a method of operation change to change the hours. It is still pending at this point. We contacted the city of Rochester and they have no opposition to him staying open on New Year's Eve till the county hours, but we were required to come to the full board for approval. We've submitted a letter from the city of Rochester attorneys that they have no objection to this.
Right, the city of Rochester has no objection. I'm gonna vote to approve.
I will also vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Application is approved. Next item is number 43, Prohibition 2020 LLC.
Good morning, members. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm with the Tarantino Law Firm. I'm joined by Benjamin Bell, who's the owner of Prohibition 2020 LLC. And we're here just to ask for a possible mitigation of the fine. We've submitted a CNC with a proposed fine of $6,000. Mr. Bell only has one prior violation at this establishment. It was an executive order violation not related to disorderly conduct. It was a matter in which food was not served with alcohol. He regrets this and acknowledges that it was a mistake. For the current violation, he does have a scanner and has terminated the employee who served alcohol to the minor. So for those reasons, we've just asked that the $6,000 fine be reduced.
I'm gonna go to 3,500.
Thank you.
I'll note, let the police have noticed that the music is not excessive at the location, and really appreciate that they note that the operator has been responsive. So I will also concur with 3,500.
Thank you very much. And we'll receive a letter that with payment instructions like as per usual. Is that how that'll happen?
Yes.
You will receive a letter from the Office of the Secretary via email with the payment instructions.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, next item is number 24, JASPAL Holdings LLC.
Paula, this case also has opposition.
Good morning, Nicholas Amagon III, representing JASPAL Holdings LLC. My client is here with me.
Do we have any protests there?
Yes.
Can you guys come up and put your names on the record, please?
Sure. Good morning again. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I am an attorney with the Tarantino Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of Sean 1205 LLC, which is a store that's located a little over 4,000 feet away, and I'm joined by Gurpreet Singh, the owner of that store. We also have Crystal Payne Bellamy of Hurdle Liquors, which is 4,100 feet away, and then there's a third. Go ahead, just say your name and tell the story you're from.
Sarjot Khosria from Hurdle Parker Liquors.
The applicant can take a seat with his counsel while the opposition speaks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me get my file out.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify? It's Hurdle Liquor Library or Hurdle Parker Liquor Store?
Well, sorry, both are here.
Both are
There's-
there, okay.
So there's 3 stores here in protest.
It's Hurdle Liquor Library, Sean 1205, and Hurdle Parker Liquor Store.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm here on behalf of Sean 1205 LLC, and the simple reality with this application, members, is that there are 8 stores within 1.2 miles, 8 miles of the proposed premises. This is simply an overcrowding that the market can't sustain. And I think even for a more densely populated urban area like Manhattan or the Bronx or something, this would be untenable. There's just too many stores. There's 4 stores in under a mile, and it's my understanding that Thyvan LLC, which is 1.11 miles away, was opened up in the last year. So we have new competition into the market, and I think adding more is just going to cause one of these stores to close.
I'm sorry, are you saying that there is yet another additional new store that is even closer than the ones that are listed here?
No, one of the 8 stores on the proximity report was open, my understanding was open within the last year. And so all I'm saying is that the market has become more crowded recently, and I think additional crowding will not serve public convenience.
And that store you're talking about is the closest store that just had a transfer in June of 23, or is some other store?
Another store, it's Thyvan LLC, it's the 5th closest store.
It's the 5th closest store, and it just opened in when?
My understanding it's been open for less than a year from what my client tells me.
Okay, thank you.
So for those reasons, for my client here, we don't think public convenience and advantage is served. I think the market's just too crowded, and opening another store is not going to offer something to the public that's not already available with this variety of stores here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do the other stores want to speak? Myrtle Liquor
You guys-
Library,
You want to say anything?
Myrtle Parker Liquor Store?
Hi. Well, we've been all in discussion, just the way the market is going and the sales, it reflects already that the trends are going down. So another additional store so closely to all of us, it would definitely lead to closure. It's just not, I don't see what it would offer the public. We've spoken to the community as well. It's not something that we see as needed at this point.
Okay.
And the gentleman from Earl Parker said he's fine, he doesn't have anything to add.
Okay. And none of your stores are bulletproof, right?
No. That's correct, none are bulletproof.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I respond now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for allowing us this opportunity. Hurdle Avenue in Buffalo, if you have or have not been there, is perhaps one or two of the most vibrant commercial strips in the entire Buffalo area. You okay? Something wrong? Hi.
Ah, there it goes. Thank you.
Okay.
Should I start over?
No, you don't need to start over. Go ahead.
Hurdle Avenue runs about 20 blocks. It is filled with shops, restaurants, groceries, theaters, antique stores. It's a beautiful blend of commercial enterprises. My client's family owns an Indian restaurant directly across the street from the proposed licensed premises. He came to the United States with his parents 16 years ago. His father and brother have opened two Indian restaurants, one on Hurdle Avenue, one on Elmwood Avenue, both licensed, both with exemplary records. He has worked as a chef in both of these restaurants. He's now 29 years of age. He's looking to get married and wants to open his own business. In terms of distinguishing this differentiation from the others. Because he is a chef, his objective in this particular location is to cater to wine and food pairings. In other words, to advertise to the public that he can be helpful with pairing their wines to their food selections, because he's worked in the food industry his entire adult life. He is a graduate of Buffalo State College. He has an exemplary background in personal life. I have known him for over 10 years. He is a very hardworking young man. The neighborhood which I happen to live in can certainly tolerate another license. It will be in the public convenience and advantage because it will bring a slightly different look to the wine business. His other job is directly across the street, so he's going to be on premise. He will have total supervision, and it will be a well-run operation. I would respectfully request that you approve the application, which is otherwise, I think, well prepared, disclosed all of his financing, all of his background information. He's here, and we can certainly answer any questions that the board might have.
Is this a walking community for any reason?
Yes. Myrtle Avenue is a spine that runs through North Buffalo. The streets that intersect are filled with 1- and 2-family residences. As I said, it's an extremely vibrant street, probably the most vibrant commercial strip in the entire city of Buffalo. You could start on one end and go to the other and eat at probably 20 different restaurants, shop in 30 different shops. There's a movie theater, antique stores. It can certainly tolerate more activity. There is a businessmen's association. Yes, the Hurdle Association has reached out and said that they believe that this part of Hurdle Avenue is underdeveloped, and they are very enthusiastic about us filling this storefront, which has been empty for a long, long time.
All right.
Ready to vote.
Certainly, and I apologize for my voice. Certainly, the applicant's character and fitness qualify him for a license. It's exemplary by council's representations. But we do have significant protests regarding this application. And as I review the financial submissions, which are all within a 2-mile radius of the proposed location, I find that 3 out of 5 have decreased in sales or projected to decrease in sales for 2023. And some of those decreases are significant. In one case, it appears to be in the vicinity of 300,000. In another, about 30,000. And in another, above 500,000. This is based on the figures that we receive from gross sales. With that in mind, I just don't see that there is public convenience and advantage to adding another location to that particular location, although I certainly think that the applicant would be qualified for a license in some other location. And that would be my, you can respond, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Obviously, decline in sales can be attributed to a lot of reasons. Poor management, market conditions, a variety of things. Obviously, no one wants more competition. If a lawyer opened his office directly across the street from mine, would I be thrilled about it? No. But he certainly has a right, he or she has a right to practice law. We have a capitalist society where competition is part of our fabric. And I don't see that this store, and it's a small store, I don't see where this store is going to negatively impact these other stores, which are in different parts of the commercial area. This part of North Buffalo is heavily commercialized, and there are probably 25 restaurants on the street. They all compete successfully. It's part of what our community and what our society is all about. Healthy competition is good for everybody. So I would respectfully ask that you reconsider the situation. Showing decline in sale figures, I think, can be self-serving. It doesn't dissuade me that this type of a store would not be in the public convenience and advantage. And it is a part of Hurdle Avenue that doesn't have any stores. These other stores are in different segments of the Hurdle community.
Did you vote?
Yeah, no, I'm done.
You're done?
Yeah, I don't think the numbers, they're significant.
Yeah, I as much as I agree with the commissioner, you know, the applicant is exemplary and deserves to have a license. Just this location is saturated, and I don't find public convenience an advantage. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Okay.
And your application has been denied.
All right.
Next item are numbers 46 and 49, Viking SKYE LLC.
Good morning. My name is Justin Giuliano. I assisted Mrs. Sandvik in the processing of her application for Viking SKYE. Ms. Sandvik is the majority owner of the business, and we're here today to answer any questions that the full board has regarding this application.
You have a question?
Yeah. How are you, sir? I don't know if they can hear me. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes?
Okay. And you are the applicant, sir?
No, actually,
Oh,
I
she's the
am.
applicant. Okay. I got it. My apologies.
Oh, not
All right, I do have a question for you here. It appears that the previous licensee at this location was canceled in January of this year, a licensee under the name of East Coast. It also appears that that same entity is providing a $400,000 loan for this applicant. Can you please give me some explanation of the circumstances there? Because I guess you can understand that there might be a concern there.
Yes, so what that is Mr. Tassio, who is the previous licensee, is actually holding a note for the asset purchase agreement. He's actually not coming up with $4,000 to provide the licensee. He is actually just, that was the agreement for the asset purchase of, furniture, appliances and stuff like that, that he no longer has use for, seeing as how he's not in the business over there anymore. So he is just holding a $400,000 note in which Mrs. Sandvik of Viking SKYE LLC is just making payments.
Okay, is there any relationship between the applicant and the former licensee?
No, they just knew each other because Mrs. Sandvik has been in the industry, and then obviously Mr. Tassio being in the industry, they have met, but there is no relationship, nothing in depth in their relationship where, they have any prior history together.
Is the previous licensee the landlord of the premises?
He is not, no.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
All right. Thanks for coming in. I'm going to vote to approve.
I think it's commendable that you got a letter of support from the police department, and I will also vote to approve.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Next item is number 45, SHITAL LLC.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Sapan Patel, and I'm one of the owners of SHITAL LLC. My wife and I own the business together. So basically, there was a violation where one of my employees sold to an underage customer. We did everything in our power to train our employees to, not sell to underage. She did ask for ID, but for some unknown reason, she just put a different date than the number on the date on the ID, which clearly says under 21, by the way. I'm not disputing any of that. It did happen. It's just, I just don't know what else I could have done to prevent the sale of alcohol to this minor. I've trained the employee to ask for ID, and she had the facility to scan the ID. But she didn't scan the ID. She did take the ID. She looked at it, but she put in a different date than the date on the ID. Going forward, all my employees have taken the SLA courses for off-premises cellular service course by NYATAP. I'm just asking for a reduction in the fine. I just don't know what else I could have done to prevent the sale of alcohol to a minor. I can train them all I want, but at the end of the day, they're the ones that are physically at the store. So I can't think for them.
I know. Look, this is your second sale in 1 year.
No, the other one was almost 3 years prior. And that person, I hired somebody with previous managerial experience. He was a manager at Dandy for several years. It's just, I can't control. I don't want to put the blame on anything else, but it's just the facilities were there for them to scan it. They didn't scan. Like I said, I'm making sure everyone takes these SLA courses. I just physically can't put in the dates for them.
I know. Trust me, I know how it feels.
And the worst part is that they're just going away scot-free without any ticket or anything like that, no court appearance. And I'm the one on the hook, and they're just asking me for a job back, or I'm getting cursed out by the first person that sold alcohol to a minor. My hands were tied.
That employee was terminated, is that correct?
Yeah.
They were both terminated. Both employees were terminated the day we got our letters.
All right, sir.
Ready to vote, members?
Look, you already went to trial on this. I understand the circumstance. I am at 5,000.
I will concur with the chair.
Try not to have a third sale, because if you have a third sale in 3 years, we take your license, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We're doing the best we can here. I understand what you're saying.
We're honestly doing our best too. It's just.
No, I get it. And we're doing our best, and I'm just hoping that you don't
Is
become
there
the
any
next
way that we can
Rick's
reduce that any
operation.
further than the 5,000?
You know what it should be at, so this is where I'm at, sir, because you showed up, and, I'm trying to respect you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Hey, Nicole, is there anyone else signed in Buffalo?
There is not.
Okay, would you leave the feed on for another half hour in case someone shows?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to Albany. The first item is number 14.
Hey, Paula.
Here. Yes.
Hey, Paula.
Yes.
Do you have a sense of how many items are in Albany?
We have 4 items in Albany.
You think we should just get through those? Okay. All right. We're gonna get through these, and then we're gonna take a break for for about 15 minutes after this 4 items. Okay? So everybody in the room knows. So we'll be at
again,
least another
number
half hour
14.
before we get here. All right. Thank you, Paula. Go ahead.
Sure. And again, number 14, Saratoga Cheer. I believe there is opposition.
John Canning from Snyder, Kiley, Tui, Corbin, and Cox. I'm here on behalf of Saratoga Cheer with the applicant Gerard Moser.
Yes. What happened to the opposition?
We're here. We're here. We're here.
Okay. All right. So just so everybody understands what's going on here, this is a removal application that was approved. And opposition did not receive notification and have asked for an opportunity to be heard in opposing this removal. All right, go ahead, opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, Chairman. My name's Sean May. I'm here this morning with Ron Murphy, he's the owner of High Rock Wine and Spirits. There are other opposition here as well. Do you want them to put their names on the record first?
Sure.
Jessica Rich, owner of Sage Wine and Spirits.
John Bogardus, owner of Spa City Wines and Spirits.
And David Birdseye, co-owner of Spa City Wine and Spirits.
Yep.
Okay,
Members?
and can you guys just list for me how close you are to the new location? All of you, each of you, please.
Sage Wine and Spirits is 1.1 mile.
Spa City is 4.4 miles.
It was Spa City. Yeah. Well, High Rock is about 500 yards, right up the road. At the time that Mr. Murphy received the request for gross sales receipts, he wasn't even open yet. Mr. Murphy just received his license in June 2023 was approved. And as I said, it's about 500 yards away from this proposed location. We haven't had the opportunity to establish our business at this point. The village of Ballston Spa is not experiencing population growth. Actually, the village is down population since 2021, according to the census. The town of Milton is flat, if not modest, population growth. There are 4 stores within 2 miles of the proposed location. And again, Mr. Murphy submitted his objection to the application, but I think it slipped through the cracks. It wasn't noted in the materials for the full board, and he wasn't notified, he didn't have the opportunity to object. So having just opened the store over the summer, new store comes in, we would just like the opportunity to establish our business. The location can't handle, it's not in the public convenience and advantage to put another store right in there. There's one in Ballston Spa, a mile up the road. There's Mr. Murphy's right here, High Rock, 600 yards away. And the area just can't support another liquor store. I understand the awkward position that we're in. This is not a walking community, and there's no population growth. It's not in the public convenience and advantage to have this store at this location.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if I add something?
Oh, no, of course. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thanks for hearing us. And I also wasn't notified of the hearing. I submitted my sales and my objection, but wasn't notified that the hearing even happened. Otherwise, I would have been there. My shop is, I've read Saratoga Cheer's lawyer's letter about an explanation of method of operation in terms of small niche, small production, work closely with distributors. This is all exactly how I operate my business. In fact, why I was licensed in the first place, because I differentiated myself from the surrounding stores. I have probably the lowest sales of any of the stores in the area by quite a bit. And frankly, I'm just holding on. This would directly compete with me. And like Ron said, like this is not a huge population growth area. It's not a densely populated area. It's what I would call probably suburban, maybe semi-rural. I just don't see how this benefits the public interest. This, I think, would make my business suffer. I am the owner, operator, only employee in my business. So I'd ask that you please deny this application.
The gross sales responses do bear that out, members. Despite, other than the COVID bump, which we discussed, sales have gone back down, they're flat. There's no increase in sales with these stores. So it's really, this area can't support this store.
I'm sorry, anecdotally, in the last 8 months, conversation amongst our local stores, because we all kind of know each other, is that everyone has kind of struggled this year in the way that they hadn't in the past few years. And partly that's COVID, but partly there's been a huge rise in non-alcoholic beverage consumption, which obviously we're not licensed to sell. And that's definitely kind of gotten in on our business, where people are choosing non-alcoholic products over alcoholic products.
All right, can the applicant come up, please? You state in your application that you were being evicted by your landlord.
Correct.
Do you have a letter showing that?
I believe I submitted everything originally with the application.
I represented him in that circumstance. It was an expansion of another a restaurant in that same strip mall, and so they were asked to leave. They were given a 90-day notice for non-renewal.
Okay, I don't see any of those documents in my files. Have you moved already?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, or your board member.
Once I got approval on the 25th, I executed the lease that I had as a contingency. I've been paying on that lease now for November and December, not being able to do anything.
And so I'm kind of tied to that lease now for the next, which would have been September of 25 due to the prior approval. And if you look at my numbers have shown in the past few years a continued growth in sales. And that is because I, particularly when I'm picking out wines and New York beverages and stuff like that, I work with the vendors to find stuff that's not sold in the competing stores. So all of my stores, I always try to bring in products that are not there. I don't sell Barefoot, I don't sell Yellowtail, I don't sell wines of that nature. I try to sell stuff that is different. I do not look to compete with the folks that are in my area, and that's how I've been able to grow, because I bring in different products. So you come looking for Barefoot, you're gonna walk out and go down the street to one of the other stores, or any of those type of name brand, highly marketed products. I stay away from those. I try to offer a variety, and then if you look at my sales have gone up because of that. You can't compete when we're all fighting over the same Barefoot, Yellowtail, or the Mondavis, or any of those type of things. So I stay away from those products, and I move in a different direction. I try to focus on a lot of New York products and that type of atmosphere.
All right.
And the Saratoga area is a very tight community, so a lot of the folks are traveling around. And even as far as Spa City goes, I was closer in the previous location than I would even be now.
Right, and this is a relocation. This isn't a new store. So this store has been competing for all of those years in which those sales have been shown to the board for gross sales purposes.
All right.
Council, your letter notes an increase in population of 18,000, is that correct?
Yes, that's from the 2017 census data.
So yeah, the census and the traffic studies that have been there too. So
correct, and that's in the town. That's in the town of Milton.
Yes, and the applicant has also highlighted his distinct product line, which distinguishes him from the other sellers. In terms of the gross sales receipts that we got, 3 out of the 4 show an increase over 2019, a projected increase in 2023, discounting the COVID years. And as far as Saratoga, you are correct, ma'am, from what we see in your representation, but I still do see a growth over 2019 in your projected sales for 2023. This is a removal, it's not a new store. So with all that said, I would vote to approve.
All right, just to clarify, we're going to vacate our prior vote on October 25 and submit our votes as a board again today after having heard the opposition. I regret that you were not notified of our first hearing, but again, as council mentioned, this is a package store removal of an exemplary store owner that has been with the agency since 2016. He is in a binding situation with his prior landlord where he got evicted and does not have a place to operate his business. He has since moved his location and is entering a healthy competition in the area. And I'm going to find public convenience and advantage for this move and vote to approve again. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the next item is 2-001, Saratoga Hospitality at GAFFNEYS LLC.
Good morning, members. Alexandra Becker of Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna. With me, I have Justin Manfro, one of the principals. We're actually here before you on 2 pieces today. You may recall we've been before you several times on a method of operation change, most recently on October 25th. at which point the board requested that this be adjourned to this date so that we could work to resolve pending disciplinary issues with counsel's office and hopefully wrap the two items up simultaneously. We were able to work with counsel's office, and we would like to thank them for that, to be able to put a CNC together for you today with respect to the disciplinary issues. And we would request that the board both accept our CNC and also vote to approve the method of operation change, which at this point has been pending for nearly a year and a half. And I might add that in our submission for the either October or even the September meeting, we did put in letters of support with respect to the method of operation from the mayor and multiple public safety commissioners who are all in favor of Gaffney's getting their live music.
Members, as you're aware, we just have the compliance matter in front of you. We will be calling the change in method of operation. That'll be the next item.
Okay, I'm gonna accept $25,000 in the method, in the disciplinary matter.
Thank you.
And
I will
Commissioner-
also accept 25,000.
Okay, thank you.
The
And
license is expired? Did they renew?
Chair Fan, I believe there was an issue with the renewal, which was in March of 2023. I was not representing them at that time. They had someone else. I think there was an issue with the check. There was a period where they were not open. That was then resolved. They have been open and licensed since the spring. But there was a period where there was a glitch.
Yeah, the check was returned.
There was I believe, a request for reconsideration of I believe they applied to renew, the check bounced, so it was disapproved. This is all on information, I believe. And then I believe a request for reconsideration was submitted along with a new check that was granted and the license was reinstated.
It's active because it says on my document here that the license expires
11/30 of 23, right? So that would have been right before. Yeah. Yeah, that was the old. Yeah, let's.
So is this wrong?
Yeah, because that one would have been, the date on that one is.
Why does it say license expired on November 23?
Fine.
Council, do you have anything indicating the position of the city of Saratoga regarding this application?
Are you asking me or SLA council?
I'm asking, yeah, there's a new administration, we understand. What is their position?
The new administration has not yet taken office, so we have not reached out to them. We've been engaging with the current administration, who's been very supportive. We certainly would expect that we would have a good relationship with the new administration when they come in, and we certainly endeavor to do so.
All right, I'm gonna accept 25,000.
Yeah, I voted to accept 25,000.
Okay.
And the next item is 001. That's, again, Saratoga Hospitality at Gaffney's.
Did we vote on the method of operation?
No, not yet. That's what she's calling
Oh,
it.
I see. Yeah.
All right, you have 4 non-bona fide charges since you were last here. On June of 2022, there were limitations placed on the license. Subsequently, over 4 visits, we gather that none of the things, as we had said, was being executed by the licensees, so I'm not sure.
Chair Fan, that was with respect, and sorry to interrupt you, that was what the CNC was wrapping up. And part of the CNC, as set forth in our letter, was that there's going to be that, you know, all we can say is enough was not done. We did not expect that there was going to be a year and a half where Gaffney's would not be able to operate with even live music, which had always formed a major part of its customer base. You know, possibly Gaffney's should have closed for a period of time. Instead, they tried to keep things open, tried to keep people employed. That may have been a mistake. We appreciate that more could and should have been done. That was the purpose of the CNC, and as discussed, they're closed currently. They're going to be doing kind of a rebranding, a resetting, and for that, the music is absolutely crucial. Without the music, there is really no ability for them to function. And again, we're not asking for a DJ. We are not asking for anything drastic.
All right,
just
why don't
the
you
ability to have live music.
meet the basic standard of just serving food first, and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna vote to
Chair Fan,
deny.
that's been met, and we've stated that we are in compliance with that. We had people over the weekend asking.
Not as of August of 2023, which was how long this has been kicking over and over and over.
Correct, and when we were in here in October, the board reviewed
voted.
those charges and requested that you would be amenable to approving the method of operation if we were to resolve the disciplinary issues, which we have. We would only ask that the board, which again has been having this in front of it since July, that finally rule on the method of operation. Again, if there's further non-compliance, we understand the license gets taken away, but there's no ability to pay that CNC if we can't get basic music back, which, but by the way, we do have the support of the city for. So we would ask that the board please agree to grant that, and we know that we're going to be under a microscope. If
Ma'am,
there's
I
any
voted.
further non-compliance.
The chair has voted, and I will also vote to deny.
On that, we would respectfully request with that council that we therefore withdraw the CNC, because we have no ability to pay that CNC and keep this business in place.
That was accepted, ma'am. You offered that. There is no.
The members have voted on both matters.
Thank you.
The next item is number 009, Cameron's Wine and Liquor Corporation.
Mark Corp, Mayor Fakori for Cameron's Wine and Liquor Corp, and to my right is Ibrahim Jamal, the applicant. Good morning. I don't know if there's any opposition.
This is
It's
number 9.
Yeah, but it was number 2 from last time.
Right. And we did have indication that there was protest, but there's nobody there.
Annie,
No,
is
there's no
there
protest.
opposition?
No, there's nobody in Albany.
Thank you.
All right. Sir, you have a bunch of grocery licenses?
He does, Mayor. Yes,
He does or does not?
he does. He owns
Okay,
he owns
'cause-
about 7 or 8. Yes.
Okay, but I see a lot of history on that. There is claims of cannabis items being sold, sell to minors. What do you,
So the applicant has a history, he's owned many businesses over the years, and of course that comes with some minor mistakes. But overall, he's in good standing on, I believe, eight locations. He's a great operator. You know, we can't control some of the minor sales. He tries his best. He's got different employers in place now, which he hasn't had a violation in a long time. But overall, owning a number of stores.
he's not the one buying the cannabis and putting it in his grocery stores?
No, this is the can less than 3% THC.
It's
all in the market, and
so With regards to the sales of the product, he's saying that it's within the state guidelines to sell. And
Gummies? Not
They came in the project that they see it and for one time the police can sell it. You cannot sell it, and we remove it. So
Okay.
was all in the
so it's
market.
corrected.
Yes.
So just to clarify with regards to the cannabis, it was a one-time mistake. He was actually told that it was, since everything was all the laws to the cannabis changed in the state of New York. He bought it from a distributor. He was told he couldn't sell it, and he removed the product and no longer does sell it. So he abides by all the state rules. But he was misinformed about what he can sell, and it was less than a certain percentage. But then when he was advised that he couldn't, he actually removed it.
All right, look,
I understand. I mean, overall,
I am, you know,
he does
I
own a
can't
lot of
overcome this history that he has in my own paperwork. I see at least 5 sale to minor, multiple charges for untaxed cigarettes, allegations of cannabis products.
I think if
I
we
really
could,
have to beg to differ that he's a good operator. I don't get that from the records I have, and I have other licensees that have 40 grocery store with a clean record.
I can tell you this, with regards to the untaxed cigarettes, I actually represented him in that matter, and during that procedure, he was sold the cigarettes unbeknownst to him about the stamping, and that was a whole different case, and that was resolved. There's been nothing after that. He's never sold untaxed cigarettes. That was a mistake because he does own a lot of locations. You know, when you own 8 to 15
What I'm
locations.
saying is that it's a very heightened requirement to own a liquor store. It's beyond the grocery store. It's so complicated. And with all these locations, I don't really see the ability to run this properly without violating existing laws.
He's been on a good track record, and we would just ask to consider somebody who owns 8 to 15 locations in his.
Is it 8 or 15? Because that's a difference.
No, currently, when you look at his history, he's owned many stores. He currently has 8 that are licensed. So you
All
are
right,
going
so why don't you focus on those 8 first? I'm going to vote to deny. There is no public convenience advantage. There is no growth in neighboring stores. The applicant has significant history with the agency. At this time, I do not find fitness and character to own yet another liquor store.
I also echo the findings of the chair. The history here is significant, and the gross sale figures that we've gotten, 3 out of the 5 show significant losses. I will also deny.
Thank you.
Your application has been disapproved. Any other items in Albany?
No, that's it.
Okay. We are going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will be back in 15. For those of you joining us, we are on a recess. We'll be back shortly.
That is muted.
Yep, I'm sorry. Paula, we're ready.
Okay, we are back on the record. The next item be heard in Albany is item 2-002. It's a request for a emergency summary order of suspension, Empire Lounge LLC.
Good morning, members. Council's office is seeking an emergency summary order suspension for the establishment known as Empire Lounge in Troy. If granted, this will be the licensee's second time being summarily suspended since the license was first issued in September of last year. The license was previously suspended from November of last year until September of this year. On the night of Saturday, December 9th, a shooting occurred inside the Empire Lounge. According to promotional flyers shared by the licensee's security guard on Facebook, this night was Ladies' Night. It was being presented by Gucci Jeff and Empire Lounge with DJ King Bully. Jeff Jackson was at the licensed premises that night and described himself as the owner to responding police officers. However, his wife, Melissa Jackson, is the licensee's sole principal. Jeff showed the police the surveillance video from inside the bar that night, which reflected a shoulder-to-shoulder packed bar. Around 1:30 a.m., a group begins fighting in that crowded bar area and suddenly shots are fired. By some miracle, despite numerous rounds being fired in this small packed bar, only one person sustained gunshot wounds. But without that luck, this easily could have been a mass casualty event. When the shots were fired, the patrons who were standing near the front door of the premises ran out in a chaotic panic. Video from outside the bar shows dozens of patrons running out, falling and stepping on each other. What's left behind is a dozen random shoes which fell off the patrons while they were fleeing the bar. Additionally, there might have been at least one patron who was injured after being trampled trying to get out of the bar. The maximum occupancy for the premises is 60, but it's clear from the video that there was significantly more than 60 patrons inside at the time of the shooting. Troy Police Department reported that they counted the patrons in the video from inside the establishment and found there to be at least 105 patrons inside at the time of the shooting, which would put them at almost double their maximum occupancy. Both of the bartenders that were working ran out of the bar after the shooting, and no one from the licensee called 911, including Jeff or the one security guard who was working that night. That security guard was not working inside the premises when the shots were fired. It appears that he was at the door or perhaps outside. So when the fight occurred and the shots were fired inside the bar, there was no security personnel inside. That individual who was working as security was identified and determined that he's not licensed by the state. When the police initially arrived to the premises after being called for shots fired, they found the front door locked and they were not permitted inside for approximately 15 minutes. Once inside, they indicate that the licensee was sweeping where the shooting and fight had occurred. The licensee is being charged with numerous violations, including failure to conform to its method of operation on October 7th and on December 9th, when it used an event promoter, for using a security guard in contradiction to the method of operation, for that security guard being unlicensed, blocked exits, maximum occupancy, improper conduct for the failure to call 911, disorderly premises, and failure to supervise. Given that the licensee only had its license back for 2 months and that there's already been a shooting and numerous violations inside, it is clear that the continued operation of this establishment would cause an imminent threat to the health, safety, and welfare of its patrons, employees, responding officers, neighbors, and all inhabitants of the area of the licensed premises. In consideration of them, immediate action in the form of an emergency order of summary suspension is required. Thank you.
Kayla, can you just tell me what is the allowable method of operation after the first summary suspension? Did we set any conditions on it, or what were the original hours, etc.?
So they still have the same method of operation as before. The last summary didn't change. They're to close at 2 a.m. for the city of Troy. They operate as a bar tavern. They are allowed to have a DJ and patron dancing. They're not allowed to use event promoters or security guards. And the principal indicated that she would hire a manager, but that she would be there on Friday nights, Thursday nights, and Saturdays all day.
Okay, the closing hours 2 a.m. and this happened at what time?
1:30.
Okay. And the number of people they counted was approximately 105?
105 inside.
Okay. Do you have more information about the locked front doors?
Yes, so I spoke to several, two different sergeants, one who was the one who initially responded, as well as an officer who was the first one on scene. And they indicated to me that when they arrived, the front door was locked. They banged on the front door. They told them that they were the police, that they needed to come inside to see if anybody was hurt. That if they didn't open the door, they were going to kick it down. And the sergeant advised me that after about 15 minutes, the owner and the security guard came to the door and that they unlocked it. The sergeant said to them that they were going to finish up taping off the area outside and collecting evidence, and then they would be inside. So a few minutes later, they went to go back inside, and the front door was locked again. They said that this time it was only about a minute before the security guard let them in, and inside was the security guard, the owner, and there was two other individuals still inside as well.
Just clarification, when you say the owner, who are you referencing?
The individual was identifying himself as the owner, Jeff Jackson, who's not actually the owner. His wife is.
Who is the husband of the licensee?
Correct.
Which I believe we've told him that he should not be operating the premises or representing himself as the owner.
I feel like I also didn't mention the fact that there was numerous patrons, about half of the 105, in the video of inside the premises after the shots were fired. A few minutes later, you can see about half of the patrons coming from a back room to leave out of the front door. So for some reason, they were not able to leave out of the back door, and had there been an active shooter in the bar, they would have had nowhere to go and would have been trapped in the back room.
And so the back door was also locked while the business was operating?
The
Presumably.
police indicated that the owner stated that it was barricaded. The owner being Jeff Jackson, who's not really the owner.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Kayla, I just have one question regarding the method of operation. Currently, does it allow for the use of promoters?
No, they're not supposed to be using promoters or security guards.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I'm ready
Members,
to
are
vote.
you ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes. In my 6 years here, I actually don't recall somebody suspending a license twice. There's a first to everything. Due to imminent threat to public health, safety, and welfare, I'm voting to suspend today for the second time the Empire Lounge due to a shooting that happened within the premises, that it's clear that this licensee and her trusted manager are continuing to violate ABC laws in multiple areas, and it's unable to keep themselves, their patrons, or their employees safe. To avoid further injury, we will suspend this license.
And Commissioner.
Thank you. I also echo the findings of the chair. I think the facts as represented and known to date clearly establish a rational basis for finding that there is an imminent threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the public, and I so vote to summarily suspend.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you.
Now, our first item in New York City is number 20 and also number 21, the Hideout Bar and Grill Incorporated.
Good morning, everybody, and have a happy holidays as well. Robert Romano, I'm here with Vanessa Welling and Jesus Ubilis. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce that correctly. We're here for your approval for their license. They had they had been disapproved. We did a reconsideration. They are now operating under a temporary without incident. We've supplied to you letters of recommendation from both the police chief as well as the business district improvement district chair, Ms. Price. They have both owners are registered nurses, are very well familiar with the proper protocols that need to be in place and have put in place. They've been running now since they reopened without incident for months, and continue to have the support of both the police chief and Ms. Price, who I spoke to yesterday. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
The applicants are licensed professionals as registered nurses.
Mm-hmm.
Do they intend to manage the premises and maintain their professional licenses? How is that going to work?
Yep, so we have, we're only open on the days that we're off of work. So we, like our travel nurses, so we get to like make our own schedules. So we get to work 3 days a week, and that's like our full-time schedule at our nursing job. And then we're open Thursdays through the weekends at the bar, and we're both there. Either both of us or one of us is there at all times.
Okay, you said that you're traveling nurses.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
And let's say, speaking to people in Geneva, they are both revered up there for their.
How does the beer wall work?
So you actually have to check in with a bartender at our main bar. The beer wall's directly across from the main bar. You get a special card, so you have to like show your ID to scan the system. Once you're scanned into the system, we give you a special card that lets you use the wall. It cuts you off after 2 full beers. It makes you see the bartender before you can pour any more. And then the bartender can either choose to reauthorize your car for 2 more beers or cut you off if you know what you're seeing doesn't match.
Has there been incidents, assault, things that has happened at your operation since you have had the temp?
No.
There are no pending charges?
Nope.
And that's, I think, you have the August 16th letter from the police chief, as well as Ms. Price.
When did the applicants become registered nurses? When did you get your license?
2018.
2018? And you?
2017.
And how many employees do you have?
4.
Hmm.
There's been no incidents, police response.
Well, there's.
That's not the record we have, so you guys want to just take a break and speak to your lawyer, and then we'll second
Okay.
call again?
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay,
All right.
members, the next item is 31 Green 70 LLC.
Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacey L. Weiss,
With me is the applicant, Aris Casimus. This is an application for a retail license.
The
for
COVID
full-
party zone, I remember this.
Full liquor. At,
Are you okay with the community board steps?
you're all right with this?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Are you okay with this? All right. All right, you pay your dues. I'm gonna vote to approve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck.
The community
Thank you,
board is
thank you.
also-
Meet you outside.
Community board is also voted in support. I also vote to approve. I don't know if you heard.
Application is approved.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next item is number 37.
Once again,
713 Bar Incorporated.
Once again, Thomas Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. We just retained in this matter. Is this in default?
No, you asked for an adjournment.
Yes, I did.
This
case is in.
The guy is out of town?
Yeah.
A licensee is out of town this week. I find that
For
very,
the holidays.
very crazy to believe.
Well, he says he's got staff that takes care of the place while he's gone. Guess it's important for him to visit his
Not when
family.
you have charges pending. You don't want to be at your business?
He wants to be, but I guess his family is more important.
This is not in default, sir.
He's not in default, no. So I don't know anything about it. We've just been retained. So could I have an adjournment until January 10th?
Is he gonna come?
Definitely, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Fine. You don't want to just take the 5,000 because
Yeah, that's what you want to make it 5,000?
you offered 5,000.
I don't have any record of this. I don't
All right, let's adjourn. 110.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, you're back.
Commissioner, you agree? 110.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
I spoke to my clients. They said the only incident that they can recall, it was several weeks ago, there was a fight that was taking place in the women's bathroom. The women were removed, brought to the, if you can say they were taken out front. Police did show up. I don't know if that's the incident you're talking about
They
or
never
not.
talked to us.
And it was.
It was like an argument. An argument started in the girls' bathroom between a couple girls, and when security realized what was happening inside the bathroom, they were escorted out of the building. And then what I noticed was they were walking up the street, but continuing to argue. But after that, I don't know anything else after that. The police never.
Did show up.
Yes, but they never came into the bar or talked to any one of us.
You're talking about that happening when?
They said a couple weeks ago, but this is not the incidents that happened during the summer.
Are you, but that's, but they got closed down. This is all after the fact. We did the reconsideration in July. Everything.
Yes, there are a lot of things on the record here, Mr. Romano.
And they all
Since July, and there is more things that are coming. So I'm just trying to get it all out right now.
They had been closed for the summer. When they reopened after we got the reconsideration granted, that's when and there's been nothing since that reconsideration's been granted that they're aware of.
You have a temp. You've been operating with a temp.
Yeah.
Yes.
How often are you guys traveling?
We travel Monday through Wednesday. We just go up to Syracuse, which is about 45 minutes from Geneva. And then the bar's open Thursday through Saturdays, to which we're there.
Okay.
You guys live together?
Yes.
We're open Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
The
6 to
police is
12.
recommending 10 p.m. during the week, midnight on Saturdays.
They've been.
That was like the original.
Right, and then now they've been midnight and 1 a.m.
Yeah, that was for the reconsideration. Because if we close at 10 p.m. and we only be open for 4 hours, which would be like, I mean, there'd be no money in that.
Since you've reopened and stayed open to 1 on the weekends and midnight.
Well, those are the times that are allowed like in Ontario County.
No, that's
that's
the
too
BID recommendation.
Well, yes. Yeah.
Have those referrals resulted in charges by us?
But they had been for the last 2 months, would you say?
Yeah. It's 3 months. Or, yeah, 3 months.
I can also break and get Joe. All right, I'm just gonna take 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna go off the record just for a few minutes. If you're just joining us, the members are in conference with council. Okay, we're back after a conference with council and on the record.
Just to point out that they've done proactive steps to mitigate the possibility of further incidents, such as even, it sounds counterintuitive, but they charge $10 on Saturday nights. I think they do it it actually helps weed out bad parties from coming into the premise. It is critical that they have hours that are reasonable for them to make money. If they were to close at an earlier time, they just simply, they have to pay security, their employees, bartenders, and it wouldn't be a feasible business if they were forced to close early. Because especially given the limited number of days per week that they're open. I would say if you have any doubts, put them on a short leash. If any further occurrences happened.
Yikes. I think you understand our hesitation, Mr. Romano, and you guys. I very rarely do applications come up with this amount of history on it while you're operating on a temporary permit.
But the history that we're aware of all occurred prior to the reconsideration, and they took.
But that doesn't clean your record. The reconsideration is for your license. It doesn't wipe out all the pending charges or any of the complaints that's on file with us, and there is a lot of it.
You're not aware of it. I will say with all sincerity, they're not aware of pending charges.
Yeah, everything's been great.
The only saving grace is that you have a letter from the chief of police who is supporting you. The chief of police says during the weekdays at 9 or 10 and no later than 11 or midnight on Saturdays, that the majority of the law enforcement complaints are between 10 and most after midnight. What time do you close now?
11 during the week and 12 on Fridays, 1 on Saturday.
Look, I know this is important to you. That's why you're here. I'm going to vote to approve midnight across the board.
With the history that you have here, this is a really close call. I'm going to vote with the chair, and I'm going to vote to approve. And I hope that things get better there.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
And happy holidays to all. Thank you.
Your application is approved. Next item requires our interpreter with secured. It's number 006, OASIS 86 Corporation.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo estoy ronca. Yes, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Tienes que hablar al micrófono cuando ella te pregunte algo. Está. Gracias. Good morning, members of the authority.
Can you just hold on a second?
Yeah.
Can you take take a look at this one. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, happy holidays. On July 28, 2022, Maria Nala applied for a tavern license for her restaurant bar Oasis 86 Corp. Located at 8609 Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights, New York. It's been operating under a temporary permit for over a year with no incidents, disciplinaries, or complaints from the community or the community board. We are requesting today midnight closing and 1 a.m. for the weekends with recorded music and live music, weekends only for the live music, and it's non-amplified. I wanted to start with our community restaurants are suffering. This location cannot, they started with good intentions in sustaining a breakfast and lunch. The lunch is unsustainable. They're opening at 2 and closing at midnight most days of the week. And on the weekends, 1 a.m., sometimes 2. Miss Naula Miss Naula inherited a Roma Cafe from Freddie Espinosa. I amended the questionnaire to state that because since they're not together, she didn't feel like she needed to mention that they were formally
Inherited would
together.
imply that he is not.
He's not an owner, he's not an operator, he's not part of this establishment. And I would add that this location was Pancho's in 2018. It had some disciplinary, but she's unrelated to that operator has been out of that location for over 6 years. We don't have any disciplinary here. She operates this with her 2 children, Diego and Shirley Espinosa. She's here to testify today. I would add that we have a letter of support from Assemblywoman Jessica Rojas, who's a regular at the location. And we're here, a couple of years back, Chairman Bradley name-stopped the owner of Aroma, which was Freddie Espinosa. Freddie Espinosa is not part of the operations here today.
He gave the business to her.
Yes. He runs, there's no funniness going on here. He owns a construction company. He has his own business. He wanted to get into the restaurant business, but that wasn't his forte. And because he filed an application with, I won't mention the representative's name, it was, the information was inconsistent. Your name stopped him, and we're gonna knock this whole family out of any type of, because he's not even working here.
So they are family?
He's the father of her 2 children.
Okay,
He's
how
not
old are the
family.
children?
The children are, one is 19 and the other one is 8 years old. One of the children is
Just that
13.
they work at this restaurant?
Her children, yes, the daughter and her son. Her son is 19. His name is Diego.
The 8-year-old is not working here, right?
No, but they after school, that's, where they land because, they don't have.
All right.
I ask a couple of questions and have you address them. The information that I have is that the previous licensee had a summary suspension in 2021 and that the subsequent applicant was disapproved. And that the current applicant was disapproved in October of 2022. At least at that time, she was employed with a laboratory and a medical office. Is she still employed at that laboratory and medical office?
Ella quiere, te están preguntando.
La aplicación que no me aprobaron fue para otra locación que estaba en la 8609 de Norton Boulevard. La locación fue muy grande.
The location that they don't approve it was, ¿dónde era?
La 8601 de Norton Boulevard.
8601 no, of Northern Boulevard.
Could she,
La locación fue, la aplicación fue desaprobada porque la locación era muy grande para mí, para poder manejar. Y en el momento cuando llegó el liquidatory, la línea de gas y la línea de plomería estaban arreglando.
the application was disapproved because the area was so big, and at that time,
La autoridad del licor, cuando fueron ellos, el sitio estaba, la línea de gas estaba en reparación y la plomería.
was in reparation.
Por eso no había
The
comida.
gas and the plumber was there to repair.
I understand, but my question was, is she still working at a laboratory in a medical office?
No.
Si todavía estás trabajando.
No, yo no trabajo como médico, como asistente médico, no.
She don't work anymore as a medical assistant.
Okay, thank you.
En el 2000.
Now, the representation is that there's no relationship with the previous owner, right? But there are bank statements showing payments to that previous owner. And the representation is that those payments are for prior renovations that were done to the premises. Is there any kind of written agreement establishing what these payments are actually for?
We submitted those, the everything, even the bank statements for the business, to show that Mr. Espinosa is not benefiting from the operations of this establishment. Since it's operational, I've forwarded every single bank statement. The only one she's paying him for she was paying him for the renovations. He under the location underwent for Aroma. He didn't want to leave with anything since he was name stuffed and kicked out
The
of.
bank payments show payments to and from 2021, and that the lease was signed in 2022, and that these payments are presumably payments for prior renovations that the prior owner did.
Explícale. She's going to explain.
Los pagos que aparecen ahí fue por la renovación donde yo vivo con mi mamá.
Renovation where I living with my mother.
Como él tiene la compañía de construcción,
Like he have
yo fui la que le
construction
contraté
company.
a él para que arreglara la casa de mi mamá.
I
donde
am
yo
the
vivo.
one who contract him for he can fix my mother's house.
Y esos son los pagos que
Is there a
aparecen.
written agreement stating that?
Those are the payments that appear there.
Right.
Before, and then afterwards, aparece
That was-
como que
that was
por
before.
la renovación fue con la condición de que yo pagara la renovación del bar. También, después.
Then after that, that happened because I had that condition for I can pay the bar
Ya
with
que
that.
él y yo no estamos juntos.
Because
Also,
he and me,
I'm just
we are
trying
not
to
together.
find out. Correct me if I have it wrong. These payments were for renovations to her home and also renovations to the restaurant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a written agreement that reflects that?
Before that.
Sí, sí hubo un acuerdo que se refleje sobre eso.
Sí, o sea, fue con con la condición de que yo pagara la renovación del bar.
Como un papel.
No. Él fue así.
Solo
nada
fue
más.
oral.
Sí. Pero como comprobante, pues yo le mandé el pago por banco para yo tener prueba. Como no había ningún papel, entonces eso fue lo que yo hice para no pagar efectivo.
And it came out of her personal checking account. It did not come out of the business account. And the way there's no written agreement. There's the way she quantified it or characterized it or maintained an agreement, not an agreement, maintained a record of it is because she sent him payments via her personal account. It has nothing to do with
The answer is that there is no written agreement?
No.
Okay. And then these are monthly payments, and they're stated for two reasons, not just the prior renovations, but as child support alternatives. What is meant by that?
Él también me paga, o sea, me da cuando yo necesito, él me manda también como la forma de pago para la mantención de los niños, pues me mandan los pagos por la cuenta personal.
Okay, so, go ahead, let her translate.
Traduce.
Repite, por favor.
Los pagos que reflejan el banco de él es la forma de pago.
The payments that reflect on his bank are the payments that.
Since como nos separamos, dijimos que no íbamos a ir a corte. Él pasaba los pagos normal. Cuando él tiene, porque yo sé que no tiene su trabajo bien.
He sent me the pay is normal because like he don't work, we made that agreement.
Also, the restaurant is the alternative to him paying her. Like, he's not supporting her. He's paying he
What
gave her
I'm
the
getting
restaurant.
is, and I don't want to raise it, is that there are payments going back and forth. Payments that she's making for renovations and payments that he's making for child support. Do I have that correct?
Yes, there's only one payment that he's paying, that he paid her. Everything else is her paying him for the renovations and the stuff. There's no, we have the bank statements submitted in.
No, ya estamos separados como más de 5
And
años.
I would add that in order to bolster this also, she went to the bank account, she got the signature card from the bank. He is not a signee, he's not a representative, and he's never at the location. He doesn't operate this establishment. She is the sole owner.
Does she have any experience at all in this industry?
Te lo entiendo.
Sí, un poco la entendí.
Sí, tradúcalo.
Can you repeat, please?
Does she have any experience at all in this industry other than the prior location that did not work out?
Okay. I want to make sure that I can hear you well.
Okay.
If she have an experience that
Does she have any other experience in this industry other than the prior restaurant that did not work out?
tú tienes otra experiencia aparte del restaurante que no estás trabajando?
No, solamente, o sea, yo tengo, mi familia viene de un negocio, de los negocios de restaurantes hace mucho tiempo en mi país. Y acá mi
No,
mamá
but my
también.
family come from business of restaurants.
And her mother has a food truck 2 blocks in front of the location, 2 blocks
And I
from
help-
on Roosevelt
Yo
Avenue.
ayudo a ella.
I help my mother.
Toda la vida siempre he trabajado.
All my life, I work with her.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, we ready?
I wanted to add, if I may, Chairman Fenn. The liquor authorities, is it in the public interest and advantage to grant the present application? When examining these applications, the liquor authority looks at the past history at the location and the operational abilities of the ownership. She's had no issues with any regulatory agency or NYPD. There are no complaints. She has a letter of support from the local elected official who frequents the location, and I would have had more, but they weren't ready yet. This is it opens from 2 till midnight. This is a form of her supporting her family. She's on site at all times. Mr. Espinosa is not part of this business, and I would add that any transfers sent to him for the renovations came from her personal account. We weren't hiding anything. These personal accounts were given to the liquor authority when we filed this application. We're not here to create Chinese fables for the members, and we want successful businesses to stay open because 1 out of 5 businesses are failing. And post-COVID, we're not making it. This would put a family completely out of business.
All right. Thank you. All right, Paul, I'm gonna vote. The applicant has a close relationship with an individual who has a name stop at this actual location. I do not agree with council's assessment of the name stop that it was somehow inappropriately made or that it's not serious. Having been on this board for 5-6 years, I don't really recall a lot of situations where we put a name stop on someone. Those are usually egregious allegations and situations where we have proved to our own standards that such a charge would be necessary. I don't believe the applicant has shown nexus or far arm's length dealings with the person with the name stop. And based on the line of questioning that the commissioner has asked, I am continuing to believe that there is no good cause to issue this license. I'm going to vote to deny.
I will also echo the findings of the chair and vote to deny this application respectfully.
Thank you, members. Happy holidays.
And Ms. Taveras, will you please put your client's name on the record?
Maria Nala, applicant for OASIS 86 Corp.
Thank you so much.
NAULA. Thank you.
Aurelia, AURELIA Garcia.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Garcia, we're going to need your services for the next item. Members, it's number 032, SNN Food Corporation.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Adam Powell for SNN Food Corp, doing business as Astoria Taco Factory in Queens County. This is an application for an OP 252 for liquor license. It's a small place, has only 3 tables, 10 seats. The reality is that about 75–80% in the winter of their business is takeout and delivery. They just want to offer a beer or margarita, given this a Mexican place, to their customers, and that's why we are here. The application was officially filed by your
Who's
agency
the applicant?
on May 5th. 2 of them. Adán Olivares, to my left, is 40%, 80 shares, and Carlos Huesca, to my right, is 120 shares, 60%.
And who also owns Bushwick Taco?
That, by the way, and I apologize for that confusion, I take full responsibility. Adán Olivares worked with them for a while, manager, this, that, and the other, but he's never owned any part of Bushwick Taco Company. I mistakenly put owner when this application was done about 2 years ago. We'd be happy to amend the personal questionnaire.
Do you want to do
You
that
can state
first?
that.
Because right
Okay, sure,
now, the
sure.
record is such that I cannot give him a license.
Okay,
I think
sure.
that maybe we should pause. You clean up the record and the application,
Okay.
and then we come back again, because if that's the case, I really want to get the record before we
Understood, understood.
vote on this. Are you
So
okay
we'll
with that?
amend,
Okay, so can you take the next 3 weeks to get that fixed?
Okay, and then
110, is that
110.
okay?
Yes, January 10th.
Okay, let's
we'll
get
fix-
everything on the record. Who owns what?
Yeah,
Concerns about Bushwick Taco and Astoria Taco, please clarify that.
yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And happy holidays.
Thank you.
All right, one, can you make sure that gets clarified and make sure that you involve Shannon if we need just more information, okay?
Members, the next items are 17 and 18, South Beach of Rockland Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan. Good afternoon, Commissioner De Leon. My name is Jonathan Schloss, the law firm of Schloss & Schloss PLLC for South Beach of Rockland, Inc. With me is the proprietor, Ninoska Herrera. This is a steak and seafood restaurant in Haverstraw, New York, who's been operating on a temp since March of 2023. Here to answer any questions that the board may have.
Who's the person who gifted you the 100 shares? That's,
Initially, there were 2 applicants, Ninoska Herrera and Gustavo Puello, who has since withdrawn from the establishment. He has nothing to do with it anymore, to focus on.
and who is he?
He was just a friend.
An acquaintance.
An acquaintance? You were gonna have a business with him.
Oh, because he knew more of the business than I did, and we discussed it, and he said, hey, we can do it, but as we went along, I noticed that my vision was far from his vision, so we didn't get to open it together.
Okay, and he just gave you his half of it.
No, he actually, sold it mostly. Like, he told me, as you get better, you can pay back.
So you owe him money?
Somewhat, yes, still.
Yes, how much do you owe him?
Right now, about 10.
10,000?
Yeah.
Okay. And you run this with someone else or no? Your husband or no?
No, by myself, I have an assistant manager.
Okay.
Your husband is there sometimes,
Yeah.
but
what?
Her husband is there sometimes to help out or whatever, but he's not like a principal or anything.
Okay. What does he do?
He helps me out because he knows a little more about purchasing. He's better with numbers, let's say. So when it comes to shopping, he's the one that helps me out, guides me more about it.
Does he have another job or he's also working at the restaurant?
No, we have another business, a small business called ENN Produce that we are in charge of like wholesale to supermarkets and bodegas.
Okay.
And that's how come we know more about the numbers.
Okay. And that's allowed, wholesaling produce. All right. What are your hours?
My hours is 11 to 11. We are currently open Mondays, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sundays. And over the weekend, we usually open until 3. By 3, we're already turning on the lights, telling people they have to wrap it up, and we close.
All right. Is this in a residential area?
Yes.
I mean,
Technically, yeah, there's a lot of business in the area as well.
It's in the downtown area of Haverstraw.
There's residents upstairs?
There's a residence upstairs.
Do you live upstairs? No. Someone else lives upstairs?
Yes.
It's on the main strip in Haverstraw.
Okay,
All right. I'm going to just vote to approve.
Thank you.
I'm also going to vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Members, next item is number 22, New York Plaza Liquor Store Incorporated.
Put it in. Thank you all.
All right, just so everybody's aware, this is a liquor store application that was disapproved on August 16th, 2023. We did not find public convenience and advantage. There was a request for reconsideration, which was not timely. However, I allowed this to be heard today, just to give the applicant a chance to advocate for themselves. I see we have protests here.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. My name is Vincent Viola. I represent Lincoln Liquors and Family Wine. And there are 2 stores that are actually in a radius of 2 miles. And in that 2-mile radius, there are 7 liquor stores, 7 package stores. It's complete.
I'm sorry, who's the applicant?
I'm not the applicant. Well, I don't know.
All right, the
Is he
applicant
rep-
needs to come up.
Oh,
All
you-
right, let the applicant come up first, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Norman Wong, and Ms. Chang is the applicant.
All right, thank you for coming.
First of all, I think we have submitted a pretty lengthy memorandum in support of the reconsideration. We have submitted twice. I don't know if you have those reconsideration memorandum.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. Second, the reason that we did not appear in the last meeting was that, as stated in the reconsideration, both me and the applicant did not receive
I
any
understand you don't need to
notice.
go down that road because you're
Okay.
already here and I've already wiped that out.
And the reconsideration, as far as I know, is not untimely. We never received any written decision at all. We checked the YouTube video, and then we learned of the opposition position.
Yeah, we post our agenda. When you have a pending application, it's on you to check the pending agenda.
Okay.
We give you a notification to help you out, but if you are operating in front of this agency, it's your responsibility to check the agenda.
Okay,
every
oh,
single
I'm sorry
board
about
meeting.
that.
We
Okay.
only meet every 3 weeks.
I just
It's
want to
not a hard
explain.
thing to do to see if your
Okay.
client's application is being considered.
Okay. As our memorandum indicates, the area is not saturated with liquor stores. In fact, according to the Census Bureau data, the neighborhood, the New Drop neighborhood, the 3 zip codes in the area around maybe 3 miles, are underserved with liquor stores. Each zip code has the average number of people served by one liquor store that are much higher than the average of the whole of Staten Island. This is from the Census Bureau data, as we state in our memorandum of law.
Okay.
Okay, and as our memorandum of law indicate, there are much public interest and advantage in my client's applicant store, proposed store. It is very close to public transportation. It is probably the most. Is one of the liquor store, if allowed to operate, is the most. Is the one store that's most close to public transportation, especially the Staten Island subway station. It's only at the corner, and the bus stop is maybe 1 block, and it is also one store that's not located in the mall actually, or near the mall. It is located on in the middle of an apartment complex, and it's very close to people in the neighborhood people.
What's in an apartment complex? You're in the middle of an apartment complex?
No, it's on a residential street, basically. So it's not near the mall. People don't need to use use a car, drive a car to buy liquors or wines in that store. They can walk. This is within walking distance. This is uncommon to Staten Island. I know the New Drop neighborhood very well, the Staten Island very well myself. Okay, everywhere you have to drive. Okay, but this store is very good for people who don't drive, or people who just ride a bike. As far I know, a lot of people are doing that. So it's good not only for the neighborhood, for the community, but for the other communities along the Long Island, not Long Island, Staten Island subway line. I don't know, you know that, but that's only maybe one subway line in the whole of Staten Island. And that this is one store that is very close to the major train station. We have shown all the evidence in our memorandum of law to support what I said. It's all in the census data, it's all in the public record. Okay, and we have support from the neighborhood people. We have people who wrote a personal letter to support in the neighborhood. People who live in the area. We have petition letters, tens and tens of people have signed on the petition letter, and these are neighborhood citizens. Resident, and this shows the public interest that we serve. And the opposition indicate in the last 2 years, there were decreasing business revenue of some of the liquor stores in the area. But I would suggest I was want to say the court, I'm used to say, address to the court, to the commission that especially after the pandemic lockdown period, I would like to say that this neighborhood is not overserved with liquor store. Why the business revenue goes down? I would suggest this is just because of some of the slow adjustment some of this neighborhood store made in to improve the business condition. And as a wine trainer myself, these days I would like to shop those wine stores that serve a more selective wine brands, or like Japanese whiskey, things like that.
And what experience does she have in knowing about different wines?
Okay, what I want to say is the business model we submit in the memorandum of law will help to
I'm asking you what
improve
experience she has.
She has worked in liquor store as an assistant manager, and she is a single mother of 2, and she worked very hard to get to the try to open this store for herself. And she's been in the last 16 months. She has been sitting in this empty store, paying full rent to the landlord to apply for this license.
What experience will lend to her wine purchasing abilities? Because you're saying that you like to drink and you think that she has the abilities to buy the wine that you would want to purchase. I'm asking you, where is that coming from?
Like what I said, she has been working as a liquor store assistant manager. She has experience.
Right now, 现在是吧？186886节，
叫什么名字
Ocean Star。
She works in a wine store called Ocean Star.
Ocean Star.
Yeah.
Ocean Star.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks for coming
thank you.
in.
Can I ask you one question, sir, before you leave?
Yes.
What is the proposed product line? And what is the proposed product line that she's going to be selling? And what are the demographics of the neighborhood?
Propose?
What is the proposed product line that she will be selling? And what are the demographics of the neighborhood?
The clientele, of course, is the entire neighborhood of the New DORP Plaza area, but as far as we could tell, we have done the research in the census data that we found there's a lot of the immigrant population has increased a whole lot, maybe up to 10+% right now in the area. And as the business model we proposed, she would devote maybe 20 to 25% of liquor brands to foreign liquor brands like those Maltai, famous Chinese wine in the world, and Japanese whiskeys, sakes, and all kinds of foreign liquors and wine to the immigrant community in the neighborhood. And she wants to devote her product lines to small craft beer like wines inexpensive but good taste to everyone, not those major brands like Budweiser or Miller Lite things. And that's how she wants to conduct her business in this liquor store. And hopefully we could help to serve more diverse people in the neighborhood and people who have, in a way, who have updated their taste right now. And I don't want to say I am a wine drinker again, but most people would love to get more choices right now.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who wants to go first?
Well, we're opposing.
Yeah, whoever, I mean, there's two.
What I said before regarding the area, 2 miles, there's 7 stores there now. I don't know if this young lady here is aware, but down the block from where she proposed to put the store, there's a very large package store. And he's extremely aggressive, to say the least. Okay, and you're directly up the block from this gentleman. Also, you got to realize in Staten Island, we don't really create any business. You know, we steal business is what we do. Who runs an ad and who does this? And it's taken from, Peter to pay Paul. And then October, November, December, we have New Jersey to contend with. I mean, everybody knows the game. And, October, November, December, they run their ads in Staten Island, I'm sorry. And everybody runs over the bridge. So we contend with that. So having more stores in such a small area, literally 7 stores in 2 miles, you're just going to be splitting business. And in that location that she's planning on opening up, 2 stores were there in the last 15, 20 years, and both went out in exactly that strip. And that train, the next stop is directly in front of Lincoln. He has the same people, okay? And he's not stealing all that business. Putting another store there, you're splitting hairs. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, in that 2-mile radius of where we have those 7 stores, that's probably the most heavily concentrated area of stores. Literally, just turn the corner and you bump into another liquor store. And therefore, I mean, I don't think, no way will she survive. I wish her all the luck, but it's a tough call. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you are which store?
Lincoln.
Let me, hold on a second. Lincoln. I don't have Lincoln. How far away are you?
0.7 miles. And this gentleman here is 0.8 miles location.
And you're what store? Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent Reliance Wine and Liquor at 2626 Highland Boulevard. It's the 3rd closest store to the applicant, being about 0.8 miles from the applicant.
So Lynn, if you already said what you were going to say on the record last time, we heard it already, so try to cut to the chase, please.
The only thing that I did not do, and I apologize, is that I just got a copy of the request for reconsideration. So although I had my speech before, I did not include my comments in reply to the application for reconsideration, which unfortunately is extensive. So does Madam Chairman allow me to put this on the record, or is it sufficient that everything was placed on the record previously? Because there's a lot of distortion of facts, and the request for reconsideration is disingenuous in many of the statements that the representative said. So I wanted to go over each one of those.
Go ahead.
Okay. So just quickly, I would just request that in my application, I did present Exhibit A, which has a listing of all of the 8 closed liquor stores. And I just comment, I'd like to emphasize that, because if you were able to look at that survey, you could put into context all of the liquor stores in the area and their relationship to each other. I would just like to state, I didn't have it prior to this, that as far as population growth has been static over the last 10 years. My Exhibit B shows that the zip code population in 2010 was 55,900, and the zip code population in 2020 was 57,919, a little less than 2,000 for the entire 10-year period. As far as the submission that was presented to the board, the request for reconsideration, as I said, is disingenuous and distortion of facts. The request for reconsideration concludes that there is, quote, overwhelming support, unquote, of this application as evidenced by the attached signed petition, as evidenced by Exhibit I. There are exactly 24 signatures in those petitions, 24. The applicant claims there's no saturation of liquor stores in the neighborhood. In support thereof, applicant states that 2 of the stores are not in the same zip code as applicant. Neighborhoods are at times in close proximity to contiguous zip codes. It's not the zip code, but the distance that determines proximity. Applicant states that even 0.6 miles is a far enough distance between stores. Staten Island is not a pedestrian or city bike area as claimed by applicant. 90%, as you probably know, Staten Island is vehicular traveled. Applicant states that with a population of 56,000 people in this area as of 2020 census, there are 5 active liquor stores, meaning that each store shares 8,438 people. Applicant has not considered that out of that small number, maybe 1/3 to 1/2 are family members under the age of 21. Not a very good argument for another liquor store. Applicant then emphasizes the number of the other zip codes and number of liquor stores in each of those zip codes in Staten Island, not even remotely relevant to this discussion. Applicant is stereotyping the Asians as only drinking Asian products. It is almost like saying that in the Jewish community, the Jewish populace only drink kosher products. Applicant states the decrease in sales of 2 of the closest stores and increases in 2 of the marginal stores are being, quote, quite possibly to some unfavorable business practices, i.e. outdated business model, inability to make adjustments to business services, and priority uses for the dramatically changing consumer shopping patterns, habits, and values of the consumer. All rhetoric and non-documented allegations. The gross sales figures of Reliance, which is the 3rd closest store, decreased 1.3 million in year 2022. The gross sales figures for the closest store, Liquor Cabernet, decreased in the last 4 years. You don't have Liquor Cabernet because they were just licensed, but fortunately this has been with the authority for quite a while. So I did get these sales figures for Galaxy Liquor, the prior owner, which shows a significant decrease in sales for that store.
How close is that store?
It's the closest.
It's the closest.
The closest, yeah. Applicant states that the proposed store is near a bus stop. Applicant states that the fine.
She said that it's close to a subway station.
I'll get to that. He said he has pictures of being close to a bus stop and also to a subway station. So let me take the subway station first. I'll take the subway station. So applicant states that its proposed store is only 361 feet from New DORP subway station. Applicant states that in comparison, Only 2 of the 5 closest stores are within 400 feet from the subway station line. So there are 2 already there. He's admitted that. And you almost, do you really need, for every subway, does every subway station warrant its own liquor store? In addition, applicant states that the proposed store is near a bus stop. Applicant states that the line services Highland Boulevard, the main thoroughfare north to south in western Staten Island. Reliance Wines, a 4,000 square foot store doing now $5 million, and Liquor Cabernet, the new store, the closest, and the first and third closest stores are all on Highland Boulevard, the bus service thoroughfare. And this gentleman also tells me that their store is right in front of one of the subways or bus stops. I apologize, it's not here. Subway, excuse me. As to public convenience, applicant states that he will have a large proportion of liquor and wine products from various Asian countries, pointing out that 11% of the population are of Asian ethnicity to meet the fast-growing and significant Asian demographic. 11% is not significant. Applicant supplies photos of the other liquor stores, each store already supplying Asian products. Maybe it's not more than 10 to 15% of the entire inventory, but each of these 8 stores have an availability already for the Asian demographic. And finally, as far as expertise or experience, the applicant is not a sommelier. She hasn't expressed any discussions with any of the liquor wholesalers with regards to Asian wines. She hasn't expressed that the liquor stores she's working with are basically Asian wines. So I would say that she lacks the full amount of experience as well with regards to this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Applicant, can I ask you again?
Can I do a rebuttal?
Sure.
Could I do a rebuttal?
Yeah, sure. I just have a quick question. What is the name of the store where she's assistant manager again?
Ocean Star.
Ocean Star?
Yeah.
In your application, you said that you're assistant manager at a different store called Venus?
Yeah, I used to work in there too.
You work there as well?
Yes.
And now you're at Ocean
Yes.
Star? Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry, you go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Wong.
there's one thing, the opposition said Staten Island is not known to be a pedestrian town, but that's too close, 0.8 mile. But I think time changes. When you get on the Staten Island train, you see a whole lot of people are riding the subway right now.
Yeah.
And I would say most of them are immigrants.
Okay.
And that makes our case. And the applicant is not intended to only serve the Asian community. What the point of the business model is most drinkers has expanded taste to include more Asian or foreign liquor brands or wine brands. We are catering to this expanding diverse taste instead of only the demographics of Asian people. Basically, this is our business model. That's different from the other stores that we observe. They indicate they serve a few Asian drinks or foreign drinks, wines, but this is a very different business model that we will employ right now. And we hope with the existence of this liquor store, we can serve more diverse people who could walk to our liquor store to make the purchase instead of just drive a few gallons of gas to buy a few wines. And this is what we're trying to do, and to serve the diversified population of Staten Island with a more up-to-date business model. And I wish that will actually improve the competition, the marketing competition condition in the neighborhood. And decreasing business revenue should not be, actually the store is not in operation. And they said, oh, we have decreased business revenue in the last 2 years. It's not because of our competition. So
Yeah, I know, but
the neighborhood, the number of the people actually were increasing. The number of people, each liquor store actually is lower than.
All right. I think that's enough.
Okay. Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can one of my clients speak? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Naveen Patel. I'm the owner of Reliance Wine and Liquor. People in Staten Island, most of the people go to New Jersey. At the border, there are 6 giant liquor stores. They sell everything at the cost because state of New Jersey gives the rip back to them. For an example, Vivek Lico, we sell for $55.59, and they sell for $45.59. List goes on and on. They sell at the cost at the border, so they do $30-40 million, Bayway and Costco. So it is impossible to survive or grow in Staten Island. Thank you.
Members, are you ready to
Council, how
vote on
close
the
is New Jersey to the
reconsideration?
proposed location?
Folks in New Jersey, Joe.
Just
You
one mile.
just have to go up Highland Boulevard.
Just 1 mile. 1 mile. Thank you.
All right.
That's a close one.
You know, when there's usually a lot of protests, it's because there is really something very vibrant to fight about. This applicant has significant experience in the liquor industry. She lives in the neighborhood. All the neighboring stores are showing growth. Her store has 500 square foot in retail. I'm gonna find public convenience an advantage.
Chairman.
She's walkable to the subway.
Chairman, the two stores.
And I am going to vote to approve.
Okay, so that's a yes on reconsideration and a yes on the approval. Commissioner?
I guess it's okay for me to vote also. I will also vote to approve.
Okay. Yes on the reconsideration and yes on the approval. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we're gonna go on a brief break. We will be back. Thank you.
Going off the record.
Thank you. All right, Paula.
Okay, we are back on the record after a brief recess. Members, the next item is 25 East Houston Street Wine and Liquor Incorporated.
I'm sorry, what number?
25.
All right. This is a package store. Do I have your sales numbers?
Yes. Slightly down in last year.
Why are you moving?
Expiration of the lease in July 2024. The landlord is requesting a significant increase in rent. Also, and to my left here is Ria Dugal. She's the principal sole owner. She also has vacated that warehouse that's right across the street because of the prohibitive costs. It's going to be, it expires in 11 days, December 31st, and it will not be renewed.
And you're combining both facility into one?
That's correct.
And you're moving across the street?
246 feet.
Okay. And you've had the store since 2013?
That's correct.
And I see no history?
Correct. And the
All right.
four closest stores are exactly, now are the exact same four closest stores in the new location.
And you are going from?
1,000 of retail space that's currently to 1,500 retail space in the new location.
No, there's something going on here that you can finish my sentences.
It's a connection, especially after the last one.
You win some, you lose some. That's how it works here. Every moment, I hope maybe now it's going to go all positive. All right, I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
I will also vote to approve.
Thank you.
Mr. Lin, would you please put your client's name on the record?
Ria Dugal, Duggal.
Thank you. Happy
Thank
holidays.
you. Members, next item is 19, FRENTE Liquor Store Corporation.
Yikes.
Good afternoon. I'm Elena Urena. I'm here with Edison Collado for Frente Liquor Store.
Do I have any protests here? All right, go ahead.
So no protest.
No protests.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. So Mr. Collado believes that opening a liquor store in a burgeoning area of new housing developments can be a highly profitable venture. As the population grows, so does the demand for convenient amenities. Frente Liquor Store will provide a valuable service, offering delivery. With careful curation, Frente Liquor Store can become an essential part of the community, catering to the evolving tastes and preferences of the diverse local clientele. Mr. Collado was able to collect 200 signatures in favor and in support of his new venture.
How close is this to your barber shop?
Next door.
It's next door,
Yeah.
like literally next door?
Literally next door.
So you're gonna be doing both?
No, I'm actually gonna try to manage more of the liquor store than the actual barbershop. I have 10 employees.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. You're obviously a respected member of your community. It's helpful to come in with a lot of letter of support from people who know you in your community. it warms my heart that people will come out and support you.
Thank you. Oh, you're gonna make me cry.
The closest store has a transfer pending. So I think they're moving somewhere else. All the other stores are either increasing or flat. So with that, and the protest not being here today, I'm going to vote to approve.
Maybe that's why we gotta wait for the second.
Don't be so happy yet.
I'm happy. Mr. Collado has been calling every week.
I will also note that the gross sales figures we got are split. However, there is a significant amount of community support for this venture. Excuse me. And I think that, and that the protest did not actually appear and voice their protest. So I'm going to also vote to approve and wish you
Okay,
the
now
best.
you can clap. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a happy holiday.
Happy holidays, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Paula.
Muted.
You're muted.
Next item is number 35, Serena Harlem LLC.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members, council, Mr. Herrera. May I proceed?
Yes.
My name is Mike Palutis. I'm here on behalf of Serena Harlem. I'm joined this afternoon by Susanna Coteen, the managing member of the LLC. We submitted a 20-page mitigation statement on November 2nd. I want to make sure that that was delivered to you before I
Yes, I have that.
do. Okay. I'm not going to belabor at length what's been submitted. I'm going to highlight a few items. Two of the noise violations that served as a basis for the complaint, the notice of pleading rather, were dismissed by ECB. We feel that the complaints, many of the complaints that have been made here arise out of personal differences and past working relationships rather than bona fide operational concerns.
Do you mean with other operators or with the community or with the police?
With just a couple, no, just with a couple of neighbors upstairs.
Oh, okay.
And we did submit letters of support from some of the other neighbors upstairs and from some other community members, as well as community groups with which Ms. Coteen is very, very deeply rooted. Despite the belief that some of these complaints were somewhat dubious in nature, Ms. Coteen worked very cooperatively, hired Acoustalog, spent a great deal of money implementing remediation efforts in the space. Ms. Coteen has lived in Harlem for 20 years. She's operated Lido, just a couple of doors down, for 12 years. She operates the Fox, which is around the corner, for about the last year. And with the exception of the issues she's had at Bixie, she's had no adverse history at the other locations.
And you're aware that you are not allowed to have DJs?
So she does know that now. I think she believed at the time that the live music component that she was approved for allowed her to operate a DJ. Ms. Coteen understands now that's not the case. And once this matter is resolved, the plan is to file.
And where is Kwame Beignet? Who's that?
He's one of our partners.
How many partners do you have?
We have 5 altogether.
5 altogether, and where are the other partners today?
They're working. I'm the managing partner. My husband and I live a few blocks away from the businesses, and we're both there every single day.
And you're both partners on it?
We are, yes.
Mark Sweeney
But
is.
Kwame Beignet is not the husband?
No.
Okay.
He was an employee that was promoted to manager and then became a partner.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Coteen hires from within the community. She promotes from within her organizations. Like I said, she's been in Harlem a very long time, and her businesses are very well known within the community. I do think these difficulties arise from some personal relationships with three of the upstairs neighbors. So, we did enter a CNC of $7,500 because that's what counsel's office was willing to present. We would ask that you consider accepting something significantly less than that under the circumstances.
Okay. What have you done since Acoustic Law gave you your report?
All of it. They've implemented all of the
You've
recommendations.
implemented all of it?
All of it at a cost of $75,000.
And you're not using a DJ?
Correct.
And you will not use a DJ, right?
Correct.
She will not use a DJ unless and until she's approved and method of operation change is approved. We would apply, we'll come back before you if necessary.
Look, I went out with my investigator recently. What he told me was that it takes very little for people to be woken up. It takes very little to create a disturbance for residents. And it's your responsibility to keep them happy. It's unfortunate, but I would continue to manage the personal relationship, try to give them your phone number and just.
I mean, I offered that the second that the landlord called me and he said they don't want to talk to you. But of course, we understand that's our responsibility. And that's why we've spent so much money and so much time on this issue.
One of the complainants used to work, and I don't want to get into the weeds too much on it, but did work for Ms. Coteen at one of the other locations. There was a parting of ways that was not amicable, and I believe that's driving a part of this. So Ms. Coteen has made herself available to everyone in the building, to the landlord, to the precinct with whom she works closely. She is she's hands-on and she's there.
All right.
So we understand, she understands her obligations. We would still ask that some
All right,
consider.
I'm going to lower it if the commissioner agrees with me, only because I see that your DEP petitions were actually all thrown out as well, so.
I'm fine with the dismissal of 2 of the counts and also the remedial measures that have been taken. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So you said 5?
I didn't say anything, but I was thinking that.
I would go with 5.
We were hoping for 25 if possible.
I hope for a lot of things too. Considering lowering it. Well,
a lot of money has been spent
I
implementing.
understand.
How much have you spent on the renovation?
$75,000.
$75,000.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're honestly just trying to keep the doors open.
All right. About 35.
About 35.
My counsel says I have to take 35. I appreciate you. I do appreciate you
You don't have
considering
to.
this. We have spent a lot of money and we do
I understand.
so much for this community where we live.
You have wise counsel.
35 cents.
35
Thank
it
you
is.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
See you
Happy
next year.
holidays. Thank you. All right. All right, Paula.
Members, of next items are number 47 and 48, La Negra VERO Bar and Restaurant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Mark Bonilla. I represent La Negra VERO Corporation. I'm joined today with the licensee, Sendero Rosado. If I may, the last time we were here was November 28th. And at that, we were here because my client was looking to upgrade their license from a beer wine to a full liquor. But I was in the process of negotiating, resolving a couple of charges that were out there. We had, in fact, resolved it. I had spoken with Prosecutor Marsico, but you folks were not aware of it. So we adjourned it today so that council could verify the, that I did in fact submit a conditional no contest as well as an offer of $5,000 for the pending charges. And obviously respectfully request that you approve that and most importantly, approve my client's full liquor license.
I do not have the upgrade application in front of me.
I mean, I
That
did
is
speak.
scheduled for January 10th. It was held over to the 10th to satisfy the CNC.
Is there any way that we could resolve it today? I mean, I do have the licensee with me. My office is in Nassau County, not that I don't mind coming to New York City, but if any
No, what
accommodation
time do
can be
you
made.
close?
I'm sorry?
What time do you close?
4 o'clock.
Even though the village Hampstead hours is 2 a.m.?
Well, the license was grandfathered, but I have recently, I don't know if your board is aware, I did recently have, I have a resolution, I have a copy of it if you like, that they have changed it now. Now it's 3 o'clock, so that we just recently changed that the board, I have the date. I want to say it was like
The
maybe a month.
village changed it to 3 o'clock.
Correct.
But you think your grandfather until 4 a.m.?
Yes, but they close at 2 anyway, but the hours that they list is 4, but
Not
it's 2.
on May 25th when there was a gun inside. It was reported at 3:40. All right, look, I will accept 5,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
If I were you, I would actually kick that application further down the road. Try to have some track record. I would request for that to be adjourned till perhaps the middle of next year. Give it some time and build the record, and then you can come on. Because
When you say build a record,
build a track record of working with the police, not having guns inside.
and we've never had any instances prior to this, the only
I know,
charges.
that's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt and accepting the 5,000. Otherwise,
No, I appreciate
it
that.
would be a lot more and very serious. There is also failure to permit inspection, unlicensed storage. These charges are very serious. So I would make some effort to clean all of that up and try to come back before the summer.
Okay, fair enough, Your Honor.
I, again, will echo some of the findings of the chair. We've got a number of police referrals to deal with here. But for the matter at hand today, I will accept $5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've had, just so this board is aware, I have had personal conversations with the police, and next time I come, I'll bring a letter from
Great.
the police. All right?
That's a great thing to have in hand.
Yeah.
And that's going to get kicked out. He's going to make a request to delay that.
Can we get just a later date here? Can you give me
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
How is May 15th?
May 15th, make sure we're here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Thank
God bless.
you. Happy holidays.
And Chair, just so I've got it down correctly, the matter that's on for the 10th is going to be moved to May.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay,
May 15th.
May 15th, okay. Thank you. The next item is number 8, Utopia Kitchen and Lounge LLC.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Ariel Ferreira. I'm the representative on the case. This is Alexis Rodriguez. He's the principal of the establishment. So this operator, he's been operating for close to 2 years. He'll have 2 years in February of next year. And he requested a change of method of operation. We met with the community board a little over a year ago. They voted in favor of the request to change was to extend the hours to 4 a.m. in the morning from Wednesday through Sunday for closing time, to also add live music and DJ to the proposed method of operation as well. The NYPD, the 34th precinct, had no objection to this change of method of operation. We also just recently met with the committee for the renewal. There was no complaints from the NYPD either, in terms of no objections, and from the community board itself. That's why we're here today. The principal's been running a tight ship when it comes to the business. No violations. He also runs another establishment that he closes to 4 a.m. in the morning with no history of any disturbance either as well. So he has a track record of success there, and he's very integrated with the community. He's done giving back, turkey giveaways, back to school events, toy drives. So he's very well integrated working with a lot of the community organizations and elected officials.
All right.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. Your other business is where?
10th Ave and 203.
How far is that from here?
It's
about a mile and a half.
Yeah, I would say probably like 8 blocks.
Okay. And you go back and forth?
Yes.
All right. With the assembly members' support and no objection from the community board and no objection from police department, I'm going to vote to approve this request for change of method of operation to the following hours. Hours of operation Wednesday to Sunday until 4 a.m. and Monday, Tuesday until midnight. I am going to vote to approve adding a DJ and live music.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
He hasn't voted yet.
Sorry.
Happens all the time.
Sorry.
I echo those findings and also vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy
And sir,
holidays.
who is with you?
Alexis
client.
Rodriguez, the principal, and I'm Ariel.
I'm the owner.
He's the owner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And the next item is number 27, 503 Restaurant Incorporated.
Good afternoon. My name is Shenley Vital, 503 Restaurant. I'm here with Delmi Bustamante. She's the principal and sole owner, as well as her husband, Erwin Bustamante. We're here after the granting of reconsideration. This board had a meeting in March of 2023. Ms. Bustamante failed to appear. Her counsel at the time, who had handled the initial application, failed to notify Ms. Bustamante of the hearing, and that was the reason for her failure to appear. So now we're submitting ourselves to questions. If I can say, both Delmi and her husband are active members of the community. The town in which the restaurant is located has experienced unprecedented population growth, 17.6% to be exact, based on the last census. Ms. Bustamante hails from El Salvador. There's a growing community that the restaurant that she has opened, has operated for 2 years, looks to serve, as well as the broader community. It's worth noting that this is a very small food establishment with a maximum occupancy of 25. So they're really looking to do delivery, very little dine-in, but because of the cost and the high cost of rent in that area, it's very helpful to have the liquor license to help supplement and make the business operation viable. In addition,
Are you aware that the police is in protest?
yeah, absolutely. So that area of Spring Valley is an area, notwithstanding anything, nothing on the parts of Mr. or Mrs. Bustamante. It's just an area that sees a lot of violence and police activity. There's a lot of new migrant communities in that area. But I think it would be helpful to have small establishments like this that aren't necessarily
serving food
catering.
now?
I'm sorry?
Are you serving food now?
They are. And they've been so for the last 2 years.
You've been open for 2 years?
Yes.
You mentioned letters of support. Did you come with the letters of support?
No, we didn't come with letters of support, but I am the chair of my county committee. I've known Mr. Bustamante and Ms. Bustamante for many years. I've done business with them. I can attest to their character. In addition, Mr. Bustamante has been with the local fire department for almost a decade. Unlike many of the fire departments here in the city, in Rockland County, the fire departments are strictly volunteer-based. So it's truly a great effort to have Mr. Bustamante to be part of those first responders that step up and to fill a need of our community. I know several police officers.
And you had another restaurant before?
No.
No?
Her family is in the restaurant business previously, so growing up, she has helped her sisters.
Tell me, that's you? You didn't, you were a chef at a restaurant before?
Yes.
Her sisters.
You worked at a different restaurant before, I see. And is that place licensed?
Yes.
I see. Okay. What are your hours now?
10 to 11,
Okay.
Weekdays?
8 to 12. And then weekend.
I don't find the opposition by the police department to be determinative for me because it's generic in nature and it talks about the location itself being problematic, not these applicants. Also, you said a member of the community.
Sure, I'm the Democratic Committee Chair in Rockland County. And I have a long-standing relationship with.
Okay. I would vote to approve this application.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve as well. I'm gonna set your hours at midnight across the board because that's what the police department wants. They actually want 11, but I'm gonna give you until midnight.
Thank you very much.
If you need more hours, please come back. I hope this helps.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you're okay with that?
Happy holidays.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Members, the next item is 33 DDDD Incorporated.
Number 30.
33.
30. With the name.
30, number 30.
Oh, okay. That's the name. I got it.
I number 30.
I got it.
All right, here we go. Community board have no objection. You have a temp.
Yes, I do. My name is Frankie Cruz, by the way. I'm the owner operator.
Former NYPD,
Yes, ma'am.
running a nightclub.
Oh, a business owner. Cop turned business owner. I did 17 years in the 3-4, which is that area.
Oh.
Yeah.
Know the area well.
I'm sorry?
I know the area well.
Yes.
I did it in the 80s.
Oh, good days.
All right.
I'm fine with this.
Yoko. All right, with no objection from Community Board 12, applicant has been exemplary in his citizenship and he's been operating this business with a temp successfully. I'm going to vote to approve with DJ Live recorded music with dancing, 4 a.m. across the board.
This applicant has no connection with the previous licensee who had his license canceled. Excuse me. He's got an exemplary background, as is noted, and the community board has also approved, even though we didn't get the actual documentation, but we have indication of approval. There's a legitimate promissory note submitted. I will also vote to approve.
Thank you
I'm
very
sorry
much.
for my voice.
No, happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Sorry for the wait.
No, not a problem.
Okay, members, the next item is number 2, Office 502 Restaurant Bar Corp.
Number 2?
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa Damas, Silva, representing Antonio Gomez from Office 502 Restaurant Bar Corp.
Yeah, I know you said that.
We're here because there was quite some history with the previous owners, but my client has no connection to the previous people.
Are you operating on a temp right now?
Yes, we've actually, tomorrow it's going to be a year. This is our 11th temp. We've had no history of any problems with the community, with, police. So we're asking that you help us out and please approve the license.
I have questions about your financial disclosures.
Sure.
Because it's only showing a small amount of investment, but it may be because you didn't need a lot of money when you started? Like, what's
Right,
the
he-
situation?
Well, what happened was that since it was a bar, we really didn't have to do nothing but clean it up. He's very handy, and him and his wife own another restaurant. So a lot of the money for the business came from that restaurant.
Okay, but was it disclosed to us what you spent on this restaurant? Because the disclosure only involved $12,000 and your rent is $5,000.
Yeah, so the security, the deposit, and the liquor authority fees. I don't have the amount in front of me.
Okay.
But it was very minimal what he had to spend.
What are your hours?
Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Friday through Sunday, 12 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Right. It's not a 500-foot case. I don't have a reason to say no, so I'm gonna vote to approve.
Thank you so much.
I also had some concerns about the financing, but
Sure.
the fact that you've been operating now for a while successfully without any complaints, and that there's no connection to the prior licensee who did have a problem, and that you're also an experienced operator, I will also vote to approve.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays for y'all.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Thank you for coming in.
Members, the next item is 23, PINPOLLO Incorporated.
Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo Sabogal. I'm the representative. This is Bayamor Florido. She's the sole owner. Sorry, that's a separate applicant. She's the sole owner of PINPOLLO Inc. located at 3239 Junction Boulevard. The hours of her operation are until 12 a.m. every day. She's been operating with a temp without any issues since January of this year. And the business has been open since 2011. So she's been in the neighborhood for a long time. She knows the neighborhood. And it's just recently that she applied for a liquor license, a beer and wine license, I'm sorry.
Since 2011? Oh. And you've always had DJ, recorded music, all of that?
No,
No, this is new.
it's only restaurant.
It used to be a restaurant.
Yes.
You're turning it into a,
No.
no, it's still gonna be a restaurant, just with entertainment.
Yeah, it's a restaurant, but only wine and beer. That's it. We don't have no DJs.
She's not changing the operations of the established business, just adding beer and wine to it.
Okay. And there was a 200-foot issue, but you've now changed the application, right?
Correct. The previous representative didn't inform her that there was a 200-foot issue, and now she's doing beer and wine only.
Okay.
Yeah. How long have you been in operating again?
Since 2011.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, well, this is a new area of responsibility. Once you start serving, you know, different crowds are going to come in and different responsibilities arise. So you've been running this for 12 years. I wouldn't want you to lose your business because you're trying to do more. So just be aware of that. When you start advertising DJ, it becomes a different thing. So
I understand. Thank you.
with that, I'm going to vote to approve midnight across the board, DJ recorded music, no private events, no third-party promoters, and no dancing.
I also vote to approve with the same conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you.
Members, the next item is number 28, SATORI NYC Corporation.
For the record, again, my name is Gustavo Sabogal. I'm with the applicant of Satori NYC Corp., Nancy Gomez, located at 9113 31st Avenue in East Elmhurst. The operating hours of this business, it's a tavern with a full kitchen. It will be operating until 3:30 a.m. with stopping alcohol service at 2:30 a.m. She's been operating with a temporary since September and had no issues.
Do you have a partner
No,
on your business?
no,
No, you're the sole applicant?
yes. She also received letters of support in the form of a petition from the neighbors when she first applied that was submitted with the application, and to the 500-foot hearing, which also found it to be in favor of the community.
Did you go to community board with her?
Yes.
Okay. And who's giving you the funds for this business?
Well, it's her funds.
I'm asking her.
Sorry. She's asking who gave you the fund.
Where did you get the funds to open this business?
De mis ahorros.
It's what?
De mis ahorros.
Her savings.
I really didn't hear what she said. What did you say?
De mis ahorros.
It's okay, you can speak into the mic. What did you say?
De mis ahorros.
It's yours?
She's speaking in Spanish.
Yeah, she's saying mis ahorros.
Okay.
Yeah, mis ahorros are my savings.
Okay. Next time you should request an interpreter for you.
I understand, my apologies.
And you know what happens is you go first.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. Did you know the landlord before you started this business?
¿Conociste al dueño del edificio antes de...?
Yes.
Yes.
How are you related to the landlord?
¿Cómo lo conoces?
Del vecindario.
Just from the neighborhood.
Did you know that the landlord had applied here for this liquor license at the same location?
At this same address?
Yes.
¿Tú sabes que él aplicó por la licencia en esta misma dirección?
Sí.
En esta misma dirección. ¿Él aplicó por la licencia?
No. No aplicaba.
She's unaware that he applied for a liquor license at this location.
Okay,
She says he knows he applied somewhere else, but not this location.
okay, because he actually used to own the business at this location, and it got canceled. You want to tell her that?
Que este negocio le cancelaron la licencia en esta dirección. ¿Fue esta dirección o fue otra? O no sabes? She has no knowledge of that.
Okay. You have a signed lease?
Yes,
Okay. It's an arm's length transaction?
yes.
Does she have any experience at all in this industry?
She's worked in restaurants. She worked in La Nueva Colombia, which is a restaurant also in the neighborhood, and Cositas Ricas, which is also a nearby restaurant.
For how many years and in what capacity?
Since 2014, as a waitress, bartender, and waitress in the most recent one as well.
Okay. And so you were at the community board meeting. There was a motion by the community board to deny the application. The vote was 20 in favor, but 5 opposed with 7 abstentions. So that's 12 people that didn't.
The reason being because we didn't want to accept the community's stipulations of closing before 12 a.m. I don't see anybody going to a tavern if they know they're going to close by 12, especially in that neighborhood.
It looks like in the document that they were voting on a 2 a.m. close, not a midnight close.
The document that we submitted was our proposal to them. That were the stipulations that she signed, not the
You
community board
wanted
was.
3:30 a.m. And the information we originally had was that they wanted a 12, but the letter says 2. Is that agreeable?
They
They
wanted
want
us.
you to stop service at 1 and close at 2.
Yeah, we feel that's a bit early. We were hoping for 3 at the very least, and stopping alcohol service an hour before.
I mean, they did vote in opposition, 20 votes in opposition to this application.
If I may, their reasoning was because it would disturb the neighbors in the surrounding area, and that's why she went ahead and knocked on the doors of the neighbors and got their signatures in the petitions. My argument to the community is if you are serving the community and they want this and they're okay with it and they haven't had any problems since the 10th, why then would the community take precedent over what the actual community wants?
How long has the temp been in effect?
Since September.
September of this year.
September of this year.
So it's
It hasn't been too long.
Yeah, it's only a couple of months. And you've been closing at what time?
At 3:30, the latest. Stopping alcohol service an hour before.
What was the temp approved for?
Midnight.
Been closing. When was, what hours, what is it approved, the temp approved for?
What are the temp hours?
No?
Collectively, the 500 foot? Is this a 500 foot? Not a 500 foot, right?
Oh, right.
All right, look, there's a community board process for a reason. It was a 500. So then they should have been closing at midnight.
At the time of the application, we did not submit for the temporary. Maybe 6 months later, once one of the surrounding licenses were inactive, we have applied for the
Yeah,
temporary.
but all temps who have 500-foot hearings have to close at midnight. That's the law. I get that you didn't know that. So I'm gonna vote to approve. You're gonna close at 2 a.m. You can come back if you need more in 6 to 9 months.
Do we need to also stop service an hour before, or is
I
it okay?
didn't say anything
Okay,
about
thank
that.
you.
You're closing at 2.
Thank you.
I will also vote to approve with a 2 a.m. closing.
Keep a
Thank
clean
you.
record and you can come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 15, Ashford Express Deli Corporation.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allen for the applicants.
15?
Yes.
I'm here with the principal Hassan Al-Manzili. We were on like a year ago for the temp, and the chairman asked to come back for the full license. Since that time, there haven't been any problems that I'm aware of, any violations or anything.
I do. We have an applicant that what I've seen indicates was previously disapproved in September of 2022 for character and fitness, selling without a valid license. The applicant was also disapproved at another location in April of 2018 regarding other issues.
Right.
And the previous licensee at the proposed location has been canceled, even though there is no connection. The recommendation here has been for a denial of any reconsideration. And I do have some concerns about the character and fitness of the applicant.
The thing I'd like to stress is it's been just about a year. I think we were here January 5th. So at that time, the temp was, reconsideration was granted on the disapproval of the temp, and there haven't been any issues. I mean, obviously it was, a big mistake on their part to have an unlicensed sale a week or 10 days before the approval of the temp. I think it was like June 23rd, and the temp was approved the first week in July. But, it's been a year, and there haven't been any issues there. There haven't been any sale to minors or, anything that's happened that would, so I think the best track record is someone's track record that's most recent. Hopefully he's learned his lesson, and I think since there haven't been any issues, I'd ask that he was entrusted to have that temp for a year, and I feel like he proved himself. There hasn't been any issues, or there haven't been any issues.
I think I have to go to deny.
You want to give them a time frame? Because you're basically taking the temp away that I have for you.
What would be a time frame? What would be an acceptable time frame?
I mean, whatever you want. I mean, there's no.
How long has he had the temp?
Well, he jumped the gun in 2022. And then in 23, I don't know what month. Since what month have you had the temp?
When was the temp approved? I think since we were here, it was January 5th. We were in the full board, January 5th, 2023. Or January 4th was the meeting.
Temp was issued 1/6.
1/6.
Look, I am a firm believer in accountability, but also one who believes in redemption. and I hope that's what we have here, is an applicant who has redeemed himself, because the track record in the past is not great.
I understand.
If the chair will agree, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and change my position. I was really thinking of denying,
I appreciate that.
but I think I will give him an opportunity to show, going forward,
Right.
that he's gotten it.
Thank you.
Chair
I'm
has
going
a
to vote
vote.
to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have good holidays.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is number 11, El Sendero Restaurant Corporation.
Good afternoon, Louis Cesari for the applicant, well, licensee. At this point, they're looking for, based on the economy, 2 more hours to serve.
You're the applicant?
Yes, this is
You're the
Natalie
licensee?
Alvarez. Yes, the licensee.
Okay. And you've been running this restaurant since?
2019.
2019. All right. Restaurant wine?
Yes.
I see no complaints, no pending charges. I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Okay. We had an issue back, but that was in 2020. I'm also going to vote to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 34, COFFEEGENYC Incorporated.
34.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Polillo, and I have with me, please introduce yourselves. Kaki Chikavane and
David Gogoreliani.
owners.
Owners.
I believe there is opposition, so I will step aside.
All right. Hi, Donna.
Ready?
How are you?
Hi, Donna Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2's SLA Committee. First, I want to apologize for not sending in written documents. We're still adjusting to your new submission deadlines, which are great, but we're getting used to them. So sorry for that. I want to start with the permanent outdoor dining, which is really not included in this application. It says only COVID seating. So that time period has gone. There is no COVID seating. There's no way to apply for outdoor seating at this time. So I don't think that that should be contemplated with this application. And in fact, should be prohibited on the license at this point until a subsequent wait is for them to come back, and they can come back in the future for that.
Okay. Is there a community process for the new program?
The community process, I mean, we've been asking everybody to come back to the SLA committee
Okay.
when
Right, but there is no mandate in the program.
there's no mandate in the program right now. Who knows what the program is? This is the problem with this thing.
Yeah.
So even going with that, they have a roadbed shed out there. It's overlapping the sidewalk. I have photos of that. It's overlapping the tree pit. They have music playing in it. I'm unsure if they're serving alcohol in it or not, but under the DOT guidelines, the application they filed for was for no alcohol. So that's the other issues with that. I think that kind of covers. Do you want to see the pictures of the roadbed, or do you have?
Yes, I will see it.
Okay. You can just hang on to these. Sorry, it's a black and white
No, thank you.
printout, but that's.
Thank you.
So it overlaps the sidewalk by about a foot there, and it's a very narrow sidewalk as it is. Let's see. So then in the application they sent in to you, it says that the zoning is mixed. It's a residential zone. It's a R6, so it's not a mixed zone. It also says that it was previously licensed. The location has not been previously licensed.
What was there before?
There was a, wait, hang on a second. It was like a, wait, let me find it. It wasn't the grocery store. It was the village. It was a funky antique store and then a yarn store, and most recently Love Tea, a tea parlor with no license. So the grocery store is in the building, but it's on the corner. It's not this location. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that this is a restaurant wine license, and the kitchen is really downstairs. I have pictures of that too. It's not in the upstairs level. That's more of a little prep area or something. So the full kitchen is in the basement. There's a letter of no objection for the ground floor. There's nothing for the cellar. There are no permits for the cellar. It's a safety issue. So the whole application seems to be flawed if the kitchen that they're doing all the restaurant cooking for is in the basement and there's no allowable use for that. And I think that's basically my main issues with this. Oh, and then the petitions that they have also don't mention that there's any roadbed on it. And I think that is.
So,
and I have pictures. I don't know if you have pictures of the inside. I have those
yeah, I'll take
too.
pictures.
So here you go. This is the
Talk to
ground.
me again about the basement.
So if you look here, the basement, the C of O, there's no letter of no objection for the basement for eating and drinking. So this is the top floor, the ground floor, so you can see what the kitchen looks like there. This is what the kitchen is in the basement. It's full.
Right.
So there's nothing that says that that can be a full kitchen. There's no eating and drinking.
There's no eating and drinking in the
There's
basement.
nothing on
Okay.
it, and
All right.
they've been there for, what, 2 years or something, they've
Right.
had time to do that.
Is it
so.
possible that the location used to be a grocery store many renditions
No.
ago?
No. The grocery store
Because
is on
I
the
see a
corner.
license history with the same address.
Right, because it's the same building.
It's the same building.
But
a lot
it's
of
on
different-
it's up the block on the
Okay,
corner.
the grocery
There's-
store is in the corner.
Right,
It's still a grocery store?
yes.
Still
I-
licensed?
If somebody's
It
not-
was still licensed when they came to us, I think, right, I think it just closed, but when they came to us, it was still licensed.
Got it. Understood.
And I think, yeah, and then there were other flaws with the application where it just said, it's COVID only, but they're out there, outside occupancy was left blank.
Yeah, I
outdoor,
think that
you know, everything was left
whatever they
blank.
have up now is considered COVID seating.
Unless they're serving alcohol in it. And if they're serving alcohol in it, that's not what they applied for with DOT also. If you look on DOT's site for what they were approved for, they were approved for no alcohol, they weren't approved for alcohol.
I understand.
So.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
I have 2 residents who live in the immediate vicinity of this location. I'm going to ask them to speak. Chairman, in the meantime, can I see the photos? I didn't get to see them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
You guys are friends or brothers?
Yeah.
You're friends? Okay.
Look like twins.
I didn't say it.
Hi, guys. My name is Darlene Dowling. I have lived in the neighborhood for 25 years. I'm the executive vice president for Atlas Elite Partners. I am an artist,
And
a
what is that?
filmmaker. It's a publishing company.
Oh, okay.
And we help authors market and book and sell their books. So if you have any books, I'm here.
A lot of them in here. I
That's
gotta get
true.
it down on paper.
There you go. I took off from work today because I love Urbani. I live right around the corner on Downing Street. The reason I love them is not because we're friends. It's because they're quiet. They're an integral part of the community. They're clean. They take an interest in their neighbors. I've never seen any problems there, and I walk that block many, many times. Night and day, I walk my friend's dog at 11 o'clock at night when they're closing, or 10 o'clock at night when they're closing, and in the morning. And I think it's reprehensible and troublesome that they're going through this because they do deserve it. And I've lived in that neighborhood long enough to see noisy, problematic places. I live across the street from Houston Hall. I can hear their music in my living room. And the community board had never taken an interest in helping me with that. Then the venue next to them, I can hear the conversations from their outdoor venue in my living room, but I walk by Urbani, I hear nothing.
Okay,
Okay,
Thank
and
you.
so, thank you so much.
that's great. Thanks for coming in. I
I'm sorry.
really appreciate you taking time off to come and support them because that means a lot to us.
Thank you.
And very few people actually would do that, so.
Thanks a lot.
Did your colleague wish to say something? Did you wish to say something?
Wait, are there more than photos out?
No, they're in there. It's, oh, sorry.
And I just want to say those photographs came from their initial submission to the community board. It's not, they were from the applicant.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Julie Shapiro. I have lived in the neighborhood for close to 60 years. I grew up there and I raised my son there. I live less than 2 blocks away from Urbani and started going there when the moment they opened. I find it the most respectful and kindest place in the village. You know, it's much more like the old village where it's, you know, the owner involved and always there. I find that they are great neighbors, a great addition to the neighborhood, and they have the smallest, best maintained shed in the neighborhood. I mean, out of
The
what's on
best
this
what?
maintained shed. I
Oh,
mean, the
I
shed
see.
is right in front of their place. It does not expand like.
All right, but that's
other
going away
places.
soon,
And-
so.
And it's always clean and always quiet. I've never heard it be loud. And I walk the dogs 2-3 times a day there. I think that they're actually a great addition to the neighborhood and that I see no reason that the board would challenge them. So I just also took off from work, but I'm a freelancer and when I heard that they were being challenged, I volunteered to come in.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming up here. I know it's not close by. All right, Mr. Palillo.
I don't have
you
much to say.
seen,
I'm sorry.
Have you and your client seen the list of stipulations that are in the community board letter dated October 5th, 2022?
We have, Chair. Can I just mention, the community board has no objection to this wine and beer license. They have an objection to the outdoor shed.
I'm asking you if you've seen the.
I have
slips.
seen them.
Okay, do you agree to them? I can read them if you want. That you're operating as a bakery and coffee shop with food menu items available until closing every night, that you will be operating interior until 11 p.m., that you will not have French doors, opera window, or open facades, that you will comply with everything that has to do with the temporary open restaurant program. There's no exterior music, speakers, or TV. Let me just finish, sir.
That's.
You keep all doors closed and windows at all times. Quiet recorded music on the interior only, no music outside. Not operating as a lounge, tavern, or sports bar, which I don't think you are. No DJs, no dancing, no live music, no promoted events, no cover charge events, or no scheduled performances, no third-party promoters. And no all-you-can-eat and drink special, no boozy brunches, and no beer pitchers. All right, with that, I'm
No,
going to vote to approve.
No.
I'm going to vote to approve.
Madam Chair, the steps aren't correct.
How are they not correct?
This premises, when it originally started, was a cafe bakery. It's now a Georgian restaurant. So we have to correct that.
You want to go back to the community board?
No. They knew it was a Georgian restaurant also. It was presented as a Georgian restaurant. From the very beginning.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say we're not a bakery. I don't want to have a problem down the road with a deviation from my steps. We presented as a Georgian restaurant, and that's what we are. That's what we've been for 14 months now.
Okay.
Is that what the temporary license was?
Yes.
And we never had any issue with neighbors or someone. We are like, people come see only one glass of wine, that's it. Because our food, you cannot eat without wine. They got only glass of wine, that's it, not like crazy bottles of wine.
You've had a temp, no?
Yes, 13 months.
Okay. All right, so are you okay with all the other stipulations,
But can I just
Mr.
say
Yes.
one-
Palillo?
can I just say
Yep.
two things?
Mhm.
One, on their application, which I have in front of me, it was a Georgian bakery and cafe serving regional specialties all day long. So that's what they wrote down
All
on the
right.
questionnaire
I
they presented
understand.
to us. I just
So
want to point that, and then
in
can we-
my mind, it's actually better that they're a restaurant.
I just want to.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Where that came from. And the other thing, alcohol outside in the roadbed, because that does come under your jurisdiction.
There should be no reason why we shouldn't be able to.
You can't apply for it now. You can't even
It's
apply for
existing.
permanent.
It's existing. It's been existing for almost 2 years. We have
Did
a permit.
you meet our deadline as far as
Yes.
disclosing that to us?
Yes.
Okay,
Huh?
so there's a little bit of gray here, Donna, with the outdoor. You know, we're in flux here, you know, while the
This is
old
the
program.
impact on the residents that live there. I mean, they came to us, when they came to us, there was no outdoor seating with this app, you know, they.
Yes, there was.
But
That's why
there
you turned
should
it
not
down.
be,
That's why
there
you
should
turned it
not be, that was a good reason for it, yes. But there shouldn't, I mean, the alcohol is a whole different matter outside the deli bar.
And you
That
plan
was-
to, you plan to transition to the new program,
As
right?
soon as it comes out, of
When
course.
it comes out, okay, and you're gonna remove that structure when the
Of course,
new,
we follow the rules always.
Okay.
What CTK
And our
was.
stipulation asked them to come back to us because
Okay.
the residents on this residential street that are all up in arms about all the outdoor dining out there should at least be able to say something about it when it's not a temporary
We are
program.
residents on that street, and this
There,
is the
there are a
smallest
number
of
of
the
other
outdoor.
residents
Yes,
on
but I'm
that
saying
street,
this
and
is the
their
smallest.
sidewalk cafe overlaps the sidewalk by a good 12 inches, which
This
makes
is
it
the
very
smallest
difficult.
of
I walk this street all the
ones, and
time
it's
as well,
directly in
so.
front of their.
But I don't see them here. And do you have anything from them?
They're directly in front of their storefronts, whereas the ones that she's referring to go
yeah,
in
I
front
look,
of residential
it's a
areas.
saturation problem, it's not them, it's everyone
But
together.
I mean, they are
And
not in
so-
front of any residential, the other ones.
Okay, let's let them
And
vote.
For
they
now-
don't live on that street, but the other thing is, what about the kitchen?
What about the kitchen?
I am,
I don't need
I
an
am
LNO for a kitchen. LNO is for a public space.
all right, that's a DOB issue, and we're not addressing that here. So I'm going to vote to approve, removing this first item in the stipulation. And you'll agree to comply with all the outdoor related regulations as it changes and move forward, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna vote to approve, 11 PM across the board.
I will also approve with the same conditions.
Merry Christmas all. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Members, the next item is number 16, Sophie's Deli and Mini Mart Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon, and all members of the board. My name is Matthew Leone, and I represent the applicant Sophie's Deli and Mini Mart, Inc. This is Carlos Rivas, who is the applicant's principal. This is an application for a grocery beer and wine products license. The location is at 28 Main Street in Hempstead. I think there are two issues that bring us here before you today. Mr. Rivas, in one form or another, has been pursuing this license for 2 years. And what happened is, initially, back in November of 2021, Mr. Rivas entered into a contract to purchase the shares of stock from the owner of the previous business, which was licensed under, I think it was ABMM and Sons, Inc. So he entered into that contract in November of 2021. In December of 2021, an application for a corporate change was filed. And upon the filing of that corporate change application, Mr. Rivas took over the business. So he jumped the gun. And in January of 2022, the police came into the store, did an inspection. And for the first time, Mr. Rivas realized or was informed that he should not have taken ownership of the store because the corporate change application had not been reviewed or approved by the Liquor Authority. As a result of that January 2022 inspection, there were some criminal charges. Mr. Rivas was arrested, and the Liquor Authority subsequently brought disciplinary action against ABMM and Sons Inc. The disciplinary matter was resolved with a $10,000 civil penalty and the surrender of that license. The license wasn't canceled or revoked. It was surrendered. According to the records, I wasn't involved at that point. In any event.
Yeah, but that was result of a disciplinary
Yes.
case that involved an availing.
Yes, yes, correct. Right, and.
So how is that not part of this?
Oh, it is. No, it definitely is. That's.
Okay.
That's, I think that's actually, that was the issue. The issue is that Mr. Rivas, jumped the gun, took ownership of the place, and then was arrested from those charges.
So were you answering the the notice of pleading when we filed the last set of charges? The consumption on premise in all the charges in January was you?
From January 20.
January of 22?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those charges were Mr. Rivas.
Okay.
The criminal charges were dismissed. I said we had the disciplinary matter was resolved. And then, so after that, Mr. Rivas still wanted to, so he still had ownership of the store, and he was still interested in trying to get this license. So he formed the new corporation, the corporations that's before you today in this application, Sophie's Deli and Mini Mart Inc., filed the application, was granted a temporary permit back in October of 2022. And he's been selling beer on that temporary permit and the extensions since October of 2022, and everything was fine. There were no issues, no incidents until October of 2023. The police came in and they found what the police say were loose cigarettes. They also found a small bottle of rum that was behind the counter, and
it was opened?
So the rum was opened. So as to those charges, so those criminal charges have since been dismissed. In terms of any explanation, so Mr. Rivas and we spoke about it. He says that small bottle of rum was actually his for personal consumption. He says there was absolutely no sale of anything other than the beer. He says the cigarettes, they do not sell cigarettes. He says they have a license, a tobacco license. He says that loose cigarettes are not sold. He asked his employees whether or not those cigarettes belong to anybody. Nobody admitted ownership. Mr. Rivas says he doesn't smoke. He's not a regular smoker. Those weren't his. So we don't really have an explanation for why they were there. The only thing is that they seemed to be in a paper bag that was under a counter, in a part of the counter that nobody really uses or goes to. So we think it's even possible that it had been there from the previous owner, even though that was quite a while ago. And then in terms of there was also the police also said that somebody, one or two patrons were seen drinking beer in the store. Again, we spoke about that. Mr. Rivas doesn't allow the on-premises consumption. He wasn't there at the time. He spoke to his employees. He's told them that they can't allow people to drink on the premises. And so it's really, it's been a 2-year journey for Mr. Rivas. I think over this 2-year period of time, he's learned some hard lessons. I think originally, with the original corporate change application, he was not really given the advice or the guidance that he really needed. He had no experience, with a liquor license or a beer license before. He's now, over time, he's learned the lessons, but he is asking you to please give him a chance, let him have the beer license and, let him continue selling beer. It's an important part of the groceries business. From the sales point of view, and also if you don't have the beer license, customers don't come in. They'll go to another store, even if they want to pick up a sandwich, if they want to buy milk, soda, whatever it is. They also want to buy beer. Without that license, he not only loses the sales from the beer, but he also loses customers that will go to other stores to buy, everything at once. He's here if you want to ask him any questions. He's happy to speak to you and talk to you. But he is
Who's your landlord?
His name is Rana, J. Rana. He owns the whole building.
You're not related to him?
No.
And for what it's worth, Chair Fan and Commissioner De Leon, for what it's worth, the charges from October of 2023, again, we know that they're serious, but Mr. Rivas has, he's corrected those issues. And if he had had the license, if he had already had the license, so this, this application was filed in 2022. If he had the license, these violations wouldn't cause somebody on its own. They wouldn't be the cause to revoke or.
Yeah, but it would be a
the
$10,000 fine, which is very serious.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's paid. I think he has paid the price. He's been arrested. He's had to go to criminal court. He's hired attorneys to defend him, and he's made sure now that that these issues don't exist anymore. And so it's not like it hasn't been an easy road for him either.
And I asked you about this issue here where he said he was the owner, but all of the but all of the state licenses for the location are under the name of Babita Rana. And he purchased the business in November 5th of 2021. And that name is still showing up on all these licenses in January of 2022. He had a corporate change application that was disapproved in September of 2023. And the landlord that he currently has the same last name as his Babita Rana. This is a concern.
Sure.
And the other concerns that I have.
Sure.
We can point to any one conviction or charge and say that it's not dispositive. But the pattern here is consistent. And over the course of many, many years, convictions in 03, 04, 05, 2010. Then we had charges in 2022 and 2023, not to mention the discrepancies in the application. And then this current incident that happens in 2023, to some degree or another, involves alcohol. I believe it was an open bottle of rum in the premises. That is a lot for me to overlook. And I just don't believe that the requisite character and fitness is here for this particular applicant. Respectfully, I say that respectfully, but it is my job to make a determination on what I see.
Sure, no, I completely understand. If I could just, the old convictions, criminal matters from 03, 04, that you've seen, I mean, they, and you're right, they were part of his record, but they were a long time ago. And they did have a common theme to those, right? But those issues haven't, I think that what I'm trying to say is that he's overcome those issues. I don't think, those issues don't exist anymore. He's not being irresponsible with his behavior and his consumption of alcohol.
Arguably, to have an open bottle of liquor in the premises as recently as October kind of indicates that they haven't really been overcome.
Right. Right.
That's my concern.
Right. Well, I understand. I can respect that point of view. However, he just didn't realize that you couldn't have that type of, you couldn't have any other type of alcohol. He didn't realize that you couldn't have, it wasn't that he was drinking a lot. He would just have, at the end of the night, probably closing up, have a drink while he was cleaning up and before he went home. But he realizes that's not acceptable. It's not allowed, and so he hasn't done that. And so that's, I'm addressing that issue. In terms of the discrepancy, so back when he first did the stock deal, the stock purchase in 2021, the application, the corporate change application was filed in December of 2021. That application which was disapproved in September. What happened is in May or June of 2022, I think it was, the license, that license, ABMM and Sons, was surrendered. So there was no license to be had. So that corporate change application really probably should have been withdrawn, but it wasn't. But there was no, it really didn't occur to me. I knew that the license had already been surrendered. So I knew that nothing could happen with that corporate change application. So that's why we formed a new corporation and filed this current application. So it's not really a discrepancy. It was just, a leftover from 2021.
Yep. The truth is that probably the temp was issued in error from our agency. And very unfortunately, during this time, blue cigarettes, customer drinking on premise, I'm gonna leave the bottle of rum out of it. But I think I have to agree with the commissioner that I am not comfortable with this pattern of behavior, and so I'm gonna vote to deny.
The reasons I previously stated, respectfully, I will also vote to deny.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 7, COPA Bar and Lounge Corporation.
Seven.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Bob Santana. I represent COPA's Bar Lounge. I got this notice out of an emergency from my office at approximately 7:30 in the morning. This licensee is going through a family problem. Her husband recently had, months ago, open heart surgery, and he became very ill yesterday early evening, and she spent a better half of the whole day and this morning in the ER. I believe one of the hospitals is Marcy Hospital. I don't know if it's on Long Island, Mercy. But she called my office. I happened to be in Manhattan, and the attorneys that previously handled a different matter here several months ago asked me, please come over here, explain why she's not here. Because
How is 110?
Sorry?
110, January 10th? Can she come then?
They asked me if it's possible, if she can give her a date for later on in January. Only because there's a problem with, I looked at the calendar and I see the next available date was 110, and I wanted to make sure that she's here and there's no problems.
I'm gonna kick it to 110.
Okay.
And you can call our secretary's office if 110 for some
Thank you.
reason doesn't work. We've asked for her to come
Thank you.
for weeks now.
Actually,
I believe your story,
right.
but I'm not gonna kick it out another 2 months.
No, the reason I
She has a
asked-
focal point,
Yes,
disorderly.
yes,
I'm letting you operate until January 10th.
yes, ma'am.
She better come at that point, okay?
Yes, I just like to say one thing on the record, Commissioner. When I got this, her biggest problem is that location. I'm establishing.
If she's not here, don't argue the case.
Okay.
Argue
All right.
it when she comes.
No
Thank you.
problem. Thank you very much. That's 110.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good holiday.
You too.
Everyone.
Members, the next items are number 3, 4, and 5. Day Party LLC. You have multiple agenda sheets for these items.
He's not the fucking lawyer on record.
Good afternoon.
1219.
Joseph Levy here on behalf of the Day Party LLC. I have with me Yang Gao, principal on the application. So this application before you is a summertime seasonal license. They operated on temps this whole past summer without incident. Mr. Gao has another business. He has a couple different businesses that are licensed, some without incident, one that has had some incidents in the past. There's currently a disciplinary matter with counsel's office, which I believe is the reason that we're here. This was on the calendar about a month ago. I requested that it be pushed so that we could answer the notice from counsel's office and put forth our offer of not only a monetary civil penalty, but a number of actions we would undertake to ensure that some of the past actions at the space would not occur again in the future. Any of the applications that are required to be filed with the liquor authority to bring the application or the license rather into compliance have either been filed or are in the process of being filed and approved. And they have beefed up their security significantly. They have attended regular meetings with PD. I just corresponded with their head of security, who's been in touch with the community affairs officer and one of the bosses at the Midtown South, who's indicated that they have cleaned up their act considerably. And if they were asked about any alteration
How
or
many
advar-
how many applicants, how many people are on that license?
2.
Okay. And you're the only person on this license, right?
Also 2. Yeah, there's 2 on Day Party as well.
There are 2 on, is this the same person? Is the same partner?
No, different person.
Okay.
And anyway, so the correspondence with Midtown South have been positive that they've cleaned up their act considerably. The beefed up security is helping. They are sharing a banned list of people who have caused problems historically so that the NYPD is looped into that. And they said that if they were asked about any kind of alteration or advar application, they would have no objection at this time. I included a copy of the submission along with the submission here that related to that prior disciplinary at the other location.
Are you aware that there were some questions about the permits that were applied for over the summer?
No. I know that the space that they went into, they had community board approval for the space. The space had been licensed for the prior 7 years. There was an issue initially with the filing of the permits because someone from permits indicated that the space had to be completely covered in order to issue them. We worked that out with the authority and those permits were issued, so they were on a temp this summer.
Were there some questions about how the profits were flowing?
Not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as I'm aware. As far as my client's concerned, that we've talked about, all promotions are done internally. There are no third-party promoters. You know, there have been instances where they've caught and they've tried to put a stop to it, where people will book a table or book a section and then resell what they've booked. And when they've been aware of those people, they've stopped it, but they don't always know that those people are doing that, and they're certainly not doing it with their blessing.
All right. So what's the business model here? You're booking acts?
Yeah, we're booking acts.
And you're doing it, or there's a third party doing it?
I'm doing it. We're doing it. It's all in-house promotion. We've signed an exclusive ticketing deal with our ticketing partner.
Who's that?
C Tickets.
What's the capacity there?
5,000.
5,000.
I mean, the DOB permit, the TPA at maximum is 5,500. There are 3 sets of TPAs, one for 500, one for 1,500, and one for 5,500s that we use for different events.
And just for context, this is the Coney Island Art Walls.
Yeah, no, I understand.
This is now outdoor, yeah.
How many customers do you need to trigger 100 security guards?
It's 1 per 50.
It's 1 per 50.
Yes.
Is that like industry standard, or that's just a rule you follow?
I think the rule that's recommended by the security professionals and DOB is 1 per 75. We can actually
1.75.
1 per 75.
I see.
But we do 1 per 50.
I understand.
And it's worth noting that the security group that's used here is a security group that traditionally does festivals and concerts and lots of food and beverage operations throughout New York City. So they do have a capacity for doing this work and experience doing it.
What company is that?
All Seasons.
How's the food served?
They're served out of different restaurants. What do you call those?
They have like
Kiosks.
stationary, like food
Kiosks,
truck
yeah.
looking things that are like kiosks.
Yeah,
set
they're
up.
all licensed restaurants in the city that they.
Licensed what, by Department of Health?
Department of Health, yes. That has a separate license granted to operate one-offs, food stalls.
How many food stalls do you have at any given time?
5. Pizza, barbecue, Asian, and there's 2 more that rotates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your hours?
Well, we close at 10, but I think on the application was 11 or 12, something like that. But it's we close at 10. It's a daytime operation. And it's mostly weekend only. Only on big holidays we have
events.
On Mondays, events. Yeah.
And it's worth noting that we did go to the community board. They did call us into a meeting and asked us a lot of questions about this, and then ultimately unanimously approved this.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
All right. I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. I'm going to do midnight across the board. I'm going to ask you to have food service every single hour that you are actually operating.
Of course.
I realize that you have to build relationships to book these plays, but I'm going to say no third-party promoter, and I think you understand what that means.
Understood.
And I'm going to give you DJ live music. And right now, we don't say anything about security guards, but you offered up to 100 in the event that you have 5,000 people. And I'm going to hold you to that.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay? Because
we
don't want trampling crowds.
We've actually had events, we have more than 100.
Great. All right, so I'm going to vote to approve with that.
I will also approve with the same conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Next
I like
item is number 33, Bueno Deli, New York Corporation.
I had signed in for one more.
33.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Well, we're going to call another one. This gentleman was before. Yes.
Oh, I guess, I'm going to approve 4 and 5 as well. Did you call 3, 4, and 5, Paula, together?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'm going to vote yes on all 3 of those, just to clarify.
Likewise for me.
Okay.
Now, which number is this?
33.
233.
Number 33.
Last but not least.
I think you have one more.
We have one more
Oh, I
after
see.
this, and then we have the quick round, fast round.
But thank you for saying, last but not least, though.
Okay.
Michael James appearing for the applicant BUENO DELI NY Corp. With me today is Anelfi BUENO, is the sole owner of the deli. If you remember, we initially appeared in January on this application for a temporary permit. The questions presented then are a carbon copy, essentially the same questions presented today with the caveat of the personal questionnaire. There's an issue there that I think it was an oversight that we needed to correct and will correct. If you looked at our previous applications, they have been correct and consistent with her history with this corporation. If there are any other questions that we can address, we will. But we discussed these same exact issues in January, and she's been operating with a temporary permit from January up until now.
I have information here that the applicant states Ms. Bueno has been the owner since 2015. However, she was never listed on the original application in 2018.
That was an office error. If you look back on our previous applications, she was listed twice. So she has to be listed once as the owner from 2018 on, and then again listed as the administrative assistant from 2015 on. What happens when my paralegal consolidated both jobs into one instead of it being listed as two. So if you look back at our prior applications, it's listed correctly. It's just for some reason incorrect this time.
Who was the original sole applicant?
Her husband was the original sole applicant, and then they applied together, and then they applied together again, and then he left. He's left the country, and now she's the sole owner.
He's not in the country?
No.
Where is he?
Dominican Republic.
Okay. All right, what do you think?
I'll approve.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna vote to approve as well.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thanks.
The next item is number 36, Principessa SOHO LLC.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the licensee. I was just recently retained on this matter, although I've worked on it a number of times over the last 12 years or so. This is a default. I'd like to respectfully request to reopen that default. There are some bizarre circumstances here. I tried to work through some of these things with Mr. Smith, the Director of Licensing, last week, and told him about my historical involvement here and some things that I personally had handled that don't seem to have been affected in the record. And he said that he did see some of those things in the system. So I'd like the opportunity to work through those things because that is exactly what this is.
All right, 131.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Have a
You
great
okay with
day.
that?
Happy holidays.
Thank you. Where's my community board form? My standard community board application form?
I sent you what I had. And so
You got them to agree yet? All right, Paula. Sorry. Take your time.
Jonathan, are there any other items signed in?
Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you. Okay, members, the next item is number 10. It's an application for a grocery store beer license.
Number 10. Let me just see. I think they asked us to hold this over and then they didn't come. Did you hear from them, Paula? Do you want to hold this over again? What's your sense?
They were directed to appear, and they did not. The hard thing is that, you know, the application process is so long. I don't know if you want to give them one more shot.
Yeah, I'm going to give them one more chance.
Okay.
110, Paula.
That's fair. Okay. Next item is number 12. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said thank you. They should thank you.
Okay, next item is number 12. It's a default adhering. License is surrendered 1/18/2022.
Cancel and bond.
Okay.
Same here, cancel and bond.
Alrighty. Number 13 is an alteration application 9099 Corporation.
The applicant needs to come in. I'm going to hold this over to 110.
All right, directed to appear. And the same.
This is a package store alteration that's adding almost 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, that's a lot. And Commissioner, I imagine that you concur.
Yes, I concur.
Okay. I just want to try to save your voice, but need to get on the record as well. Okay.
I appreciate it.
Next one is number 26. It's Aqua Catering Corporation, a new on-premises wine application.
I had some questions about the hours. What do you think?
I got a couple of questions here.
Okay, we have some questions, so they have to come in 110, please.
All right, directed to appear 110. Okay, next item is number 36. It's this item went to hearing, and the ALJ sustained the charges.
36. Wait, 36. I think he did come already.
I'm sorry. Yes, 38.
30. Right.
I promise I do know my numbers.
No, that's
3 different dates.
This is a
2.8
default.
cartons, yeah. I'm at 7,500. Does that make sense?
This is 20,000, no?
Is it? Yeah. Works for me. Not attend the hearing, and we got 3 different dates, 2.8, 6.3, and 2.7 cartons.
No, I'll go with you. I mean, it should be. How about you at 75?
Yeah. I could go higher.
I'm gonna go with 12.5.
I will agree to 12.5.
Okay. Next item is number 39, Joseph R. Vecchio. It's a default hearing. ALJ sustained the charges, of course.
Are you on 39?
Yes.
39? I'm at cancel and bond.
I'm also at cancel and bond.
Okay. Number 40 is Salah F. Saleh. It's a default hearing. Charges were sustained.
I'm at 10,000.
I will agree to 10,000.
Okay. Number 41 is a default hearing. License has expired 6/30/2022. Charges were sustained.
I'm at cancel and bond.
I will agree to cancel and bond.
Okay. Last item, number 42, Pure Impact Group LLC, non-bonafide default hearing.
At cancel and bond.
Same here, cancel and bond.
Okay,
Thank you, Paula.
you're welcome, and the meeting is adjourned.
See you next week.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Feel better, listener.